Welcome back to day 2 of ICE London and day 2 of ICE365 Live, coming to you from stand S9 110 at XL London and online via ice365.com. Yesterday we saw an incredible 27,883 people coming through the door, and today promises to be even bigger. I'm Katie Goldfinch, your studio presenter, and I'll be bringing you all the latest from the biggest gaming show of the year. With this year's market focus, we've been moving around the globe over the next few days. We kicked off yesterday with some global trends, followed by a deep dive into the US market. Remember, you can tell us how you're enjoying this year's ICE365 Live on social media. You can reach us on Twitter at ICE365 Global, and on both Twitter and LinkedIn, use the hashtag ICE365 Live. We'd love to find out what you think. Now, today, we're heading to Europe and the UK, where there has been a period of uncertainty for the industry amid the government's review of the 2005 Gambling Act. The review was kicked off in December 2020, and a white paper setting out the government's plans to reform the 2005 Act has prompted a lot of debate, soul-searching, and ultimately a lot of positive changes across the sector. This white paper, however, has been delayed multiple times, with many deadlines coming and going. Now, we have an incredible lineup of speakers that will debate how the industry will look under a new regulatory model, including a special interview with the man responsible for regulating the market, Andrew Rhodes of the Gambling Commission. This afternoon, we're then headed to Latin America, where a number of countries are in the process of regulating online gambling. This has prompted huge excitement from operators as a new revenue stream starts to open up. However, as we'll hear, things do not always go smoothly. But since we have them in person, we'll start in Asia, welcoming back Ben and Andrew from Inside Asian Gaming to bring us the latest headlines from the region. Take it away.
Thank you, Katie. It's great to be back here again for day 2. We had a fantastic day 1, didn't we, at the Inside Asian Gaming stand. We had a whole bunch of people through. Very, very busy ICE yesterday, and you know, get yourself on down here to ICE because it's absolutely pumping here. So onto the Asian headlines. So yesterday we talked a lot about land-based and Macau. Today we're going to have a little bit more on the iGaming industry and other markets in Macau, in Asia, sorry. And probably the tier 2 markets in Asia. There's 3 very distinct markets that come in under Macau, and they are the Philippines, Singapore and Australia. So we're going to go through those. So Ben, let's start off with the Philippines. What's the latest news in the Philippines?
Well, as you say, Andrew, when we talk about online gaming in Asia, it's really the Philippines as the only really properly regulated market in terms of online gaming. Of course, Australia has sports books, but in terms of genuine online casino, we're talking about the Philippines, and the Philippine offshore gaming operators, the POGO industry, certainly been talked about a lot these past few weeks. There's been quite a bit of, I'd say, organised opposition to that industry by certain parts of government. In the Senate, there's been a lot of talk about people wanting to disband that industry. And I think that's, I mean, the debate here is really around a lot of crime that's been associated with the POGO industry, kidnappings and so forth. But I think it's important, and the gaming regulator in the Philippines, PAGCOR, has made this point, that actually most of that crime, or all of that crime really, is coming from the unlicensed, non-legal so-called POGO operators. So if we look at the industry over there, we've got a number of European operators, and we've got some Chinese operators, and of course most of the European operators tend to be the regulated, licensed ones by PAGCOR. But there are certainly some operators that are not licensed, should not be operating, and I think that's where a lot of the confusion is coming in industry in the Philippines. So there have been calls to disband it, but PAGCOR has come out and said, look, that's not got nothing to do with the licensed, the companies that are licensed to operate in the Philippines, they're the unlicensed ones. PAGCOR has promised to nurture the POGO industry. They've said that's not going anywhere. I think they like the revenues coming in too. So I think that as far as we can tell at the moment, I think we're going to see growth in the regulated online gaming industry in the Philippines over the coming years.
And I guess the previous president of the Philippines, Duterte, was if there was going to be a president that was going to be against that industry, it would have been him. But in fact, he turned around to China and said, look, we need the revenue and we're going to keep this industry. And we have a new president now, Bongbong Marcos, and he seems to be even more pro the industry and pro commerce in general. So I guess that augurs well for the pogo industry. It's just got to sort itself out over time. A bit like here in Europe, the industry's mature and well developed and went through a lot of hurdles to get there. I think Philippines much the same. What about the bricks and mortar industry in the Philippines?
Well, I mean, I think when we talk about the Philippines as a whole, be it online or land-based as well, we're talking about the biggest growth market in Asia. It is the place that all industry suppliers want to be. We're seeing a lot of development in the land-based industry, and so, I mean, at the moment, first sort of year after COVID, we're looking at about a US $4 billion industry for the land-based industry in the Philippines at the moment, but there are projections that should reach around about 10 billion by 2027. And one of the main reasons of that is new developments, new property openings. Already we have 4 very large integrated resorts in Manila, but there are a number still to come over the coming years. Of course, Solaire being sort of the top of the pops, I suppose you'd say, in Manila, is opening a second property, Solaire North in Quezon City, and planning a third, let's call it Solaire South, down in Cavite. So there's 2, and of course we've got a West Side City project in the Entertainment City precinct as well. We've got more development happening in Cebu with the New Star project and Emerald Bay coming in the next few years. And then Clark, a very interesting region about an hour or 2 north of Manila, which is growing massively as well. We've got a wonderful, exciting property there, which name has slipped my mind.
I think you're talking about Han.
I'm talking about Han Resort.
Yes.
We're talking about Han, and of course Royce as well, just down the road from Han, is opening a significant expansion in the coming months as well. So that's another growth area. So Philippines, we're talking about GGR growing by 2.5 times over the next 3 to 4 years there.
Certainly the fastest growing market in Asia, no doubt. The most number of slot machines in any jurisdiction in Asia, which is why all the slot manufacturers want to be there. I was lucky enough to have a nice long lunch with Mr. Han a few weeks ago, and he was telling me about his expansion plans there, and they're very, very impressive. Nick Faldo designed a golf course, actually going to have several 18-hole golf courses up there in Clark, which is a special Freeport zone and has a special tax status. So the Philippines growing from an online and a land-based perspective. What about Singapore? Singapore is a very different kettle of fish. Marina Bay Sands, obviously a property that is iconic and everybody sees a lot of. I mean, talk to us a little about what's going on in Singapore.
Well, of course, as you say, Marina Bay Sands is not only an iconic property, but has long been known as the most profitable integrated resort in the world for pure square meterage there, and certainly we know is very, very successful. Singapore has rebounded very strongly from COVID, very, very profitable again now, both integrated resorts. There are 2 in Singapore, Marina Bay Sands and Resorts World Sentosa, but also quite a bit happening there in the future in terms of just 2020, I think it was, that they both operators came to an agreement with the government for significant expansion projects. So we're going to see over the next few years, US $3.3 billion poured into each project for expansion. So quite significant there, and that's going to grow the market as well. I think again, we're looking at Singapore is currently around about the $4 billion mark. Projections are for about 4.4 in 2023, but moving up to around 5.3 to 5.4 in 2024. And that's before these expansion projects have even opened. They've barely started yet. So Singapore is certainly on the way up. And I should mention that Singapore is widely renowned in terms of regulation as the gold standard in regulation around Asia. It's very, I'd say, strongly regulated, but well regulated. There seems to be a pretty good relationship between regulator and operator there, and that seems to be helping this growth of the industry that we're seeing.
And it's interesting, in these 3 markets we're talking about today, the Philippines, Singapore and Australia, they're all sort of around the ballpark of a 5 billion gross gaming revenue market, yet Singapore gets that with just two properties, whereas the Philippines has got the 4 in Entertainment City, plus Clark, plus Cebu, plus all the Padcore properties and so on. So those 2 iconic properties, Resorts World Sentosa and Marina Bay Sands, are really doing serious business. And Marina Bay Sands, I mean, it's well known in the industry there, net profit margin can be as high as 50%, and incredibly, ranging sort of 30 to 50% depending on the year. So an incredibly profitable property.
And of course, Marina Bay Sands run by Las Vegas Sands. Las Vegas Sands Chairman and CEO Rob Goldstein recently suggested that Marina Bay Sands would make annual EBITDA of around $2 billion, US $2 billion in the near future. So that's pretty handy.
Yep, that's a nice chunk of change. Let's move on to our home country, Australia, and boy, has there been a lot going on in Australia in the last few years. You live in Sydney, I'm in Macau, so I'll defer to you once again to give us the lowdown on what's been going on in Sydney and Melbourne and across the Great Southern Land.
Well, I mean, where do we start with Australia? I guess we start with Crown Resorts, who there's been a number of regulatory inquiries across multiple states into multiple operators in Australia, but it did begin with Crown Resorts. It actually began in New South Wales with the, at that time, unopened Crown Sydney project. So there was an inquiry, the Bergen inquiry into Crown Resorts in Sydney, into suitability, based on a number of media reports at the time that alleged certain links with Asian junkets and money laundering and all sorts of things. Well, the inquiry certainly unearthed a lot more than many of us expected. So Crown Sydney was found unsuitable to hold its licence. A Royal Commission that followed that in Victoria found Crown Melbourne unsuitable. Since had Star Entertainment Group in Sydney unsuitable. Star in Queensland unsuitable, and Crown in Perth unsuitable. So we've got almost all major properties around the country currently unsuitable and technically unlicensed. Most of them are under the purview of an independent monitor at the moment, given a certain amount of time to prove they've returned to suitability and to hold on to their licence. So it's a transitional period for the industry in Australia. Still a lot to be determined, I guess, onto how that's going to play out. But obviously Star and Crown, the two major operators there, are currently in the processes of working through that. We've seen significant changes to their boardrooms and executive teams, and that's all still ongoing as we speak.
Well, transitional as a kind word to use, it sounds like a decimation of the industry. I mean, all major operators losing their licenses all pretty much simultaneously, and having these so-called independent monitors in to run the properties. It's quite an amazing situation there, and as you say, let's see how that plays out. And I think anybody who has been an executive in an Australian major integrated resort is somewhat toxic now. They're all being sort of shipped out and a whole heap of new people in, so it really is like starting again. And in some ways, Australia, even though there's been casinos in Australia since 1973, is almost a greenfield site now. It's almost like a complete start again. But anyway, let's move on. Talk a little about the iGaming industry in Australia. Not so big, but there is some iGaming there.
Well, there's certainly online sports betting. That is the big online industry in Australia, as we know. There are multiple sports books operating, usually licensed out of the Northern Territory. We've seen a bit of a shift in the power base in recent years. Tabcorp has been the traditional stronghold of sports books and sports betting in Australia, but Sportsbet, of course owned by the UK's own Flutter, is the industry leader now with around about 50% market share. But there are a number of strong operators. Sports betting in Australia is a very significant industry, but of course there's no legalised online casino, no online poker. That's all been illegal for some time, but it's been tightened even further in recent years. So that is the discussion point now, I guess, in certain areas is, can we get regulated online casino or online poker back into Australia? I know there are works going behind the scenes around online poker, but I think that will take some time.
What an incredible rise by Sportsbet over the last, let's call it a decade or so, to go from almost zero to hero. A few acquisitions in there, and sort of the fall of Tabcorp, the traditional place to go and bet. Australians will bet on two flies crawling up a wall, as we say, and there is a huge sports betting market there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Maybe, and just very briefly, poker, online poker in Australia. There was online poker in Australia, quite well established there at one stage. PokerStars, Full Tilt, we're talking quite some time ago now. What exactly happened?
Well, under Australia's Interactive Gambling Act, online poker of any sort has technically been, you cannot offer that to Australians, and that's been the case for many, many years, but there were loopholes in that law. And so up until 3 or 4 years ago, we did have PokerStars, we had 888 Poker, we had all the major, we had Full Tilt. We had all these guys who were operating very strongly in Australia. Until it was around about 2017, I believe, they tightened the Interactive Gambling Act to really increase their ability to punish anybody offering those services to Australians. And so we saw PokerStars pull out of the market. We saw everybody pull out of the market pretty much overnight. And so, online poker has not been offered to Australians legally since. Of course, I would argue, and I know because I'm very close to the poker industry in Australia, that there are a number of illegal operators providing that to Australians, and it's quite a flourishing industry. So there's an argument for regulating it.
Well, thanks very much, Ben, and thank you to all of you for watching us in the last 2 days. We won't be back tomorrow, but ICE TV certainly will be. It's been a delight to be here, and we'll see you next year. The IAG team will see you next year in 2024, right here at ICE London. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to this morning segment on Untangling the Gambling Act Review. I'm joined in the studio by Melanie Ellis, partner at Northridge Law. How are you doing, Melanie?
Very well, thank you. Thank you for having me here today.
It's great to have you. Do you like our studio?
Yeah, it's really good. Quite bright lights. I'm in the headlights here, but...
It's good to wake you up first thing in the morning,
definitely.
Isn't it? And how's ICE going for you so far? It's day 2?
Yeah. It's really good. It's really busy this year, isn't it? But yeah, good to be here and yeah, catch up with everyone.
So perhaps due to multiple delays, there's a great deal of anticipation for the white paper review. And do you think that maybe the industry is overestimating its importance?
I don't think they are overestimating the importance. I think we need to bear in mind that this isn't going to be the final word in Gambling Act reform, but it's a really important first step towards actually getting the regulatory certainty that operators need. So I think there will be a consultation process that follows the publication of the white paper, debate about potentially some legislation if that's needed, and very likely consultation exercises for the Gambling Commission to implement some of the changes in the LCCP. But we really need the white paper in order to now move forward with those changes.
And it's said to include 2 layers of affordability checks. So you've got an automatic background check followed up by more stringent checks at a higher level of spend. How workable do you believe the system will be?
Yeah, I think that is the correct approach, and that's the approach that a lot of operators are really following now, so that the checks that they're doing are proportionate to the level of risk. The recent language from DCMS is a bit of a change of approach from the Gambling Commission's affordability check language, now talking about financial risks. So it will be very interesting to see how that actually filters through to the requirements. But in my view, the intrusive level of checks should really be reserved for those cases where there is a reason to think that somebody may have a problem with their gambling, rather than it being used as a way to establish whether somebody has a problem with their gambling. So in terms of whether they're frictionless, I mean, I hate to bring up data protection law, but I think that's something operators will need to consider and the Gambling Commission will need to consider, because if somebody is doing a background check, you need to think about does the player need to consent to that, which if they're having to tick a box to consent to a check, that may well put them off continuing with that operator. For the most part, people don't need to consent to a background check if there's a lawful basis for it, or the operator has a legitimate interest in doing the check. But there are rules in data protection legislation which say that if somebody is having an important decision made about them on the basis of a fully automatic process using their data, then they would need to consent to that, unless there was a lawful reason for that. So it's set out in legislation that check needs to take place. So that's one point that we will need to look into to see how frictionless these automatic background checks are.
And a number of provisions of the Gambling Act Review will deal with data issues, from using affordability checks, as you were just saying, to assess problem gambling risks, to new powers that may be given to commissioners to analyse for non-compliance. What are the legal and regulatory risks of increased data sharing, and do you think that's likely to put off punters?
Yeah, so people would be right to be concerned about data sharing and data breaches that might arise from that. But it would need to follow the normal data protection rules again. So any data sharing needs to be proportionate to the reason for it being shared, and that usually means that the amount of data shared is the minimum necessary. So I think when it comes to operators sharing player data with the Gambling Commission, perhaps that's going to be more even on a sort of live basis for monitoring play potentially. It's very likely that could be anonymized, and it should be anonymized if that's still going to serve the purpose. So probably data breaches aren't so much of a concern as people might think they are.
And the Gambling Commission has been criticised in the past for funneling RET funds into dubious projects. How would the money that a statutory levy would raise be used?
Yeah, it's not really for me to say how the money should be used. I think first it's important to clarify that at the moment there are two different sources of RET funding. So there's the voluntary contributions operators make every year as a percentage of their GGY. And then there are the regulatory settlements that operators will enter into with the Gambling Commission in lieu of a fine. So in both cases, the Gambling Commission does have a role in deciding where the money's going to go. So it has a list of approved RET organisations, which is quite a mix from charities, educational institutions, and even some private companies on the list. And then when it comes to the voluntary settlements, the Gambling Commission approves where the money's going to go. It's just a panel of 4 senior individuals at the Gambling Commission who make those decisions, who don't, as far as I know, have any particular qualification to decide what is a valuable research project or to assess whether the money's really had the impact it needs to. And certainly the Commission has been criticised. So in the DCMS committee questioning in relation to the lottery funding, Andrew Rhodes was criticised for the fact that there wasn't really anything to show that the money had made a difference in the way that it was used. So if we're going to move to a statutory levy, I think it's important that there is that transparency and accountability as to where the money's going and is it really making a difference. Potentially it would be better for perhaps the government department to be making those decisions rather than the Gambling Commission.
And there's talk that one result of the review will be an ombudsman scheme to resolve customer complaints. What can we learn from other jurisdictions who have implemented similar schemes, such as Australia?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that the Gambling Act review was looking at as part of the call for evidence. It asked for information about how these schemes are working in other jurisdictions and in other sectors in the UK. I don't think there's really a model elsewhere in the world for what we would be likely to have in place. Perhaps France is an example where the regulator itself adjudicates on customer complaints. One issue that they have is that more than half of the complaints they have to reject because the customer hasn't gone through the operator's own complaints process already, so that's probably something to bear in mind. Potentially more informative are other sectors in the UK with ombudsman schemes. We've got quite a large number from financial services, legal services, energy, even we have a furniture regulator, it turns out. So some of these are established by legislation, some are more of an industry thing. So I think probably we'd be similar to perhaps the financial services ombudsman in that it would be established by legislation exactly how it's going to operate. I think one critical question for that is it going to adjudicate on customer complaints which relate to safer gambling measures? So quite often a customer might say, well, the gambling operator should have realised that my excessive gambling was caused by a gambling addiction, for example, and they ought to return my money. That's not something that IBAS or other ADR schemes can adjudicate on. And that complaint, when put to the Gambling Commission, can only inform the Gambling Commission's own review of the operator, so it wouldn't lead to any sort of result for the customer. So that's, I think if the Ombudsman scheme could somehow deal fairly with that type of complaint, that would be very helpful.
And Ireland's gambling regulation bill included broad language that could see banned any inducement to gamble. How should the government handle the question of bonuses, free bets and VIP schemes?
Yeah, I think we need to be very careful about any restrictions on bonuses and inducements in general. The Irish gambling bill is very widely drafted. And my concern is that a lot of promotional schemes could perhaps inadvertently fall into that. It may be that as that goes through their Parliament, the language is refined. The key concern is, of course, that if customers can't receive bonuses and free bets from regulated operators in this country, then they will fairly easily find those advertised by unlicensed operators. So I think if we were to have any language similar to the Irish gambling bill in any revisions to the law, it would need to be accompanied by some fairly strict IP payment blocking measures to prevent customers just finding their way to the black market.
Brilliant. Thank you for your insights, Melanie. It's really interesting to see where this is going to go. Thank you for your time.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
So up next in the studio, we go to the Gambling Commission itself and we speak to Andrew Rhodes, the CEO of the Gambling Commission. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Time now for the Executive Spotlight with the Gambling Commission. I'm joined in the studio by Andrew Rhodes, the CEO of the Gambling Commission. Andrew, how are you doing?
Very good, thanks. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us in the studio. Do you like it?
It's really nice in here, actually. This is a bit better than our office.
So you're approaching your first anniversary as CEO. How's the last year been for you?
Well, time flies. Actually, I'll have been in the Commission for 2 years this summer. So it's been a busy time. We've had quite a few new people joining us with different ideas, different thoughts, different skills coming into the Commission. There's been a lot going on. Obviously, we've done a lot of work in supporting the government with the Gambling Act Review, white paper, and a lot of engagement with the wider industry during the last sort of 18 months, 2 years. It's been good. It's been full on, but it's been good.
So what are the challenges that you've faced over the last year?
Well, I think it's really two things. Although there's been a lot of consolidation in the gambling industry in the last 2 years or so, we've seen a smaller number of operators having a much larger share of the GB market. Getting around to meet those various chief executives, the trade bodies, different people in the industry, and be able to spread your time across it. And also the challenges of the Gambling Act Review white paper and working on that and trying to steer a course for the Commission really while we're waiting for those bigger policy announcements to happen. We've still got a job of regulation to do, and we've still got the largest online gambling industry in the world to regulate. So steering those courses at the same time has been pretty challenging.
And how do you feel the Commission's relationship with the industry has evolved over the last year? Has it got better since you took charge?
I really like to think it's got better. I mean, the feedback from meeting a lot of chief executives and trade bodies is the relationship has improved. I mean, it's never going to be entirely straightforward or easy. We're the regulator. There have been a lot of cases in recent years of some pretty serious non-compliance, which the industry is keen to see the back of. There's a lot of support around that. So I think the relationship has improved. It's always going to be challenging, particularly when we're waiting for quite big policy announcements. But on the whole, yeah, I would like to think that the industry has improved. It feels very constructive, and it feels like a sensible, open relationship at the moment.
Oh, good. And looking forward to 2023, it looks as though there's a lot of threats, but also opportunities to the industry. Where is the focus for the Commission this year?
I think it's really in 3 places. So early next year, we will start the 4th national lottery license. That was the strongest competition we've had since the lottery started in 1994. It's the first time that the National Lottery will have had a new operator. So that's a big challenge for us. It's a big opportunity for the National Lottery. It's a big thing to get over the line. Within the Commission itself and our relationship with the industry, I've been very focused on something I call compliance at the earliest opportunity. I've been talking to the industry about how we want to see problems solved at a much earlier point. We need to intervene less. We want the industry to own the issues more. And that's something the industry seems keen on, is responding well to. I think bringing that alive in the next year will be a big thing. And of course, the thing that everybody mentions, and I'm sure people will talk about today, and other guests I'm sure have talked about, is the Gambling Act Review white paper. We'd like to see that published now. We understand why things have been delayed. We obviously saw a reshuffle yesterday, which brings some questions for us. I think that will be a big opportunity in terms of clarity around policy and a number of things, and a set of challenges as well. That will probably steer our course for the next maybe 3 to 5 years in terms of the big things that we will need to work on in gambling regulation in this country.
And we've heard a lot about illegal gambling and the threat of that. How much of an issue is this?
Well, in the GB market, we've got the highest channelization, so the most liberalization of anywhere in Europe, probably anywhere in the world. So we find operators in other countries outside GB, and in fact some of the operators from this country who operate in other countries, pointing to that as probably the biggest intervention anyone could make to reduce the likelihood of illegal gambling. We're not complacent about it. There's a lot of work that we will do in the background. That we have a number of criminal investigations at the moment. We have joint operations with other government agencies and bodies, but we haven't yet seen any real heavyweight research that would meet the sort of standards that we would have to meet if we were to make claims about the level of something happening within gambling within GB into illegal gambling. So it's still unclear, but it's bound to be a threat, particularly with the internet, how easy it is to put things out there, how easy it is to market them. We've had a lot of success with internet service providers, with search engines, in reducing the ability, but we still think there's a lot to do, and we'll do that in conjunction with the industry.
And so, can you tell us a little bit more about what the Commission is doing to tackle it?
So we've done a lot of work with search engines like Google to basically reduce recommendations for certain search terms. We've been having joint operations with other government agencies, some of which is obviously confidential. We've got criminal investigations at the moment in relation to supplying equipment and IP. What we're trying to do in the Commission is, rather than chase after individual IP addresses, which we could do forever, and frankly we would never really limit illegal gambling, we're looking at upstream activities to try and disrupt the ability to deliver illegal gambling as much as we can. I think we need to make sure, though, that we recognize that talking about illegal gambling isn't a reason to not improve or maintain standards in the legitimate market. And sometimes I think that is overstated, but that doesn't mean that we don't think illegal gambling is a risk. In fact, we've worked on this for many years. We are putting more resource into it. But of course, if we saw increased compliance in the legal and legitimate market in GB, we could devote more resources to tackling illegal gambling. And that's why I've got a big focus on compliance at the earliest opportunity in the legitimate market, because then I can redirect resources to other places it's needed.
Now, there's been a degree of trepidation in the industry at the prospect of new measures such as affordability checks. How justified do you think that is?
Well, I think things like how government wants to manage financial risk in relation to gambling, I think is a matter for the white paper. But let me be really clear about what the Gambling Commission has and has not done. There's quite a lot of misinformation out there about the Gambling Commission introducing blanket affordability checks, and we simply haven't done that. What we have said is the industry needs to eradicate the extreme cases that we have seen. So somebody losing £70,000 in a single day without any intervention. If you look at the dependence there is for a relatively small number of accounts losing a larger amount of money, then clearly we expect operators to be looking at the risks to customers, not just in relation to their financial position, but a range of factors. And that's always been the case, and that's actually where our focus is. We want to see the most harmful levels of gambling being reduced, and we don't want to see the extreme cases. And that's really where the focus is. So it's not about blanket affordability checks, and there is some real nonsense out there that somebody who deposits a small amount of money is going to have to show their pay slips. I mean, that's just simply not true. But we do need the government's white paper to be published to give it that policy framework in terms of where government wants to see this particular area go.
Okay, we're going to travel in time now, Andrew. We're going to move to the end of this year, the end of 2023. And what are your hopes for the future of the industry?
My hopes for the future of the industry is back to that thing I said about compliance at the earliest opportunity. I think we've got a good relationship with the industry at the moment, but we've got some tricky problems to solve. As we start to see the back of the things that give the industry a bad name, the bad cases, and I do think there's a genuine willingness to do that. As we see the end of that, we're going to be into some challenging things around how the industry pitches itself in that really solid position of being able to go about its business, but do so in a way that doesn't have to involve the regulator. So delivering that compliance at the earliest opportunity, I think, will be an excellent thing. And I think everybody here today, certainly in relation to the GB market, would like to see the white paper published. We see what it says and we get on with delivering it. And I think if we can get those two things in the year, we'll have had a really good year.
Bring on that publication of the white paper.
Yeah, we get why it's delayed, we get the issues, but it's an important event for us. And I work very closely with DCMS and with the ministers that we've had. And I think there's a huge enthusiasm to take that opportunity to review the Act. It's been around a long time, and I think it's a good opportunity for everybody.
Indeed. Thank you for your time, Andrew. Great to have you as a guest in our studio.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the show.
I will do.
So, up next, we go live to the show floor to the Consumer Protection Zone. Join us for that.
Hello, we're down here at the Consumer Protection Zone, ICE365 for London 2023, and very shortly I'm going to be joined by two very, very special guests, Tracy and Maris, who will be with us at 10:40 live here on ICE365. I know we have a packed day on air, so stay right where you are and keep watching us at ice365.com and come back to us down here in the Consumer Protection Zone very, very short. Yes, well, welcome back down to the Consumer Protection Zone down here in Hall S2 for ICE365 in London. With me now, I have two fantastic guests, and I'm very pleased that you've joined me so early. I have Tracy Damastani and Maris Catania. Welcome to ICE365, first of all.
Hi, nice
Hi,
to be
thank
here.
you.
Warm enough for you today?
Yeah, okay.
Tracy, I want to start with you because you're a significant donor to safer gambling courses, aren't you? A major supporter for the CPZ here. Talk us through why that's so important for the Ambassadors Group.
So Les Ambassadeurs is part of the Ambassadors Group, and our vision is centered around building better futures for the people, planet, communities, and our members. Part of that is raising standards across the gambling industry, particularly on safer gambling, which is why in 2022, at the start of that year, we announced that we were making an additional contribution, raising our GGY to RET, Research, Education and Treatment, from 0.1% to 1%. We've gone even further this year because we've increased it to 1.1%. We are the only operator in the UK that is doing this. We are paying more than 10% or more than 10 times than anyone else in the UK. And that will go to Gamble Aware. Gamble Aware is obviously the commissioning body here that donates the funds. But on top of that 1.1%, we've added another 0.1% to go to harm prevention and education in e-gaming, because we think there's going to be a significant focus on that. So it's a cornerstone of everything we do at Les Ambassadeurs and the Ambassadors Group. And that's why it means so much to us to be supporting the great CPZ zone here, and it's fabulous that it's located in Hall N1, right at the front of the exhibition, so well done to Clarion for getting that off the ground.
And what are you doing to create a safer environment for the customers in the property?
So our customers are unique, they're very high net worth international players, they're highly mobile. We have a very close relationship with our customers. We have bespoke tools within Les Ambassadeurs that nobody else has, but that affords our staff to have those deep, engaging conversations, to monitor, to track, and provide that enhanced experience to make sure that any potential for markers of harm are going to be quickly identified, and to have those conversations with customers that they feel comfortable with. So that's what we do at Les. It is unique. It is very high-end. As you can imagine, it's quite standout industry.
Good. Okay, now Maria, nice to have you here. And your first time, isn't it, that SGV Certified have exhibited at the CPZ. Talk us through your product.
Sure. So SG Certified is an excellent one-stop shop for many consultants or operators in the area. Quite a number of standards, RG, ESG, but it's everything simplified in one place. So you have an excellent platform, you have different options for training as well, and also benchmarking. So it makes my life easier as a consultant, but also for operators.
Now, you've recently joined the company, haven't you? What attracted you to the business?
So I've recently become a consultant in the area, and I think SG Certified, I always admire the ethos that they have and their approach toward ESG, so I was quite honored to be part of it.
Now, Tracy, I'll come back to you now. A very busy day here in the CPZ yesterday, the Consumer Protection Zone. What have you seen so far that's really stood out for you?
In the CPZ zone, I think it's having everybody together in one very prominent space, bringing in the international providers as well, so they're not just UK-based treatment charities and research foundations and academics here, and I think that is quite standout. I've not seen that in any other exhibition across the world, so hats off again to Clarion for pulling this off.
And Maria, for you, what stood out for you for CPZ?
I love this space. It's really good to see such a good space for safer gambling. Also the panel discussions yesterday, and I'm sure today as well. I think it's just to echo what she said, it's amazing to have the space here.
Okay, Maria, Tracy, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so there we are, the CPZ down here in Hall N1 for ICE365 here. Stay up to date throughout the rest of the day right on this very channel, ICE365.com.
Welcome back. Time now for the show news with Maurice O'Hagan, senior reporter from Clarion Gaming, and Zach Thomas Aku, reporter also from Clarion Gaming. Take it away, folks.
Kindred has revealed a decline in revenue in its full year results, a period which the company described as difficult. Revenue for the year was £1.07 billion, a decline of 15.2% year on year. For the fourth quarter alone, revenue was £305.5 million, a rise of 35.8% year on year. This was made up of £295.1 million in B2C revenue and £10.4 million in B2B revenue from Kindred's acquisition of Relax Gaming, which occurred in October 2021.
The Advertising Standards Authority has not upheld complaints made against Paddy Power and Sky Bets. The complaints concerned whether the promotional material from both operators would appeal to children. Peter Couch starred in 2 Paddy Power advertisements in November 2022. An image of Michael Richards was featured in a Sky Bet tweet sent on October 2022. The ASA rejected the complaints, assessing that the advertisement stars would not appeal to the under-18s.
Live casino brand Bombay Live has been issued with a supplier license to operate in the province of Buenos Aires. Bombay Live is the first studio to receive approval to operate live casino in Buenos Aires. The license was issued by the country's Provincial Institute of Lottery and Casinos. Bombay Live received the license after it set up a dedicated studio in the region, which is a requirement to operate there. The operator described this as a milestone in its LATAM journey.
The European Casino Association has appointed Erwin van Lamberts as the new ECA chairman. During the ECA General Assembly, which was held in the ICE London 2023, van Lamberts' predecessor, Per Yaudong, stepped down after 8 years in office. The casino's Austria CEO was confirmed by unanimous member approval. The new ECA chairman has been a member of the trade body's board since 2021. He has a substantial background in the media, hospitality, event marketing and entertainment sectors.
Is there just the 3 then?
I think so, yeah.
Thank you both. And so up next, we will be talking how far does reform need to go? I'll be joined in the studio by Matt Zarb-Cousin, advisor of YieldSec, and Charles Cohen, the CEO of the Department of Trust. Stay tuned. Time now for this discussion entitled, How Far Does GB Gambling Reform Need to Go? I'm joined in the studio by Matt Zarb-Cousin, advisor of YieldSec, and Charles Cohen, the CEO of the Department of Trust. Welcome both to the studio.
Hello.
Our new studio for this year. We were just talking about the differences from last year. Are you enjoying it?
It's very smart. It feels like what I'm told the first class lounge feels like at the airport.
That's true. I haven't compared it to that yet. Okay.
Do we get free coffee there?
Yeah, we're working on that. Maybe
Okay.
next year. So the Gambling Commission estimates that 430,000 people are experiencing some form of problem gambling. How far do we think that, what do you think that reform needs to go?
Well, I think it's important to recognise that even though that 430,000 figure gets bandied about a lot, the degree of gambling harm extends way beyond that. Obviously, there's about 2 million people that are at risk, and obviously those people their gambling impacts up to 12 other people on average. So the harm does extend into the millions, and I think that it's really important that we recognise that there are things we can do with regulation and things we can do with technology that can reduce that and can prevent it in some cases, in many cases. And I think this gambling review at the moment is just, it's really about upgrading our legislation, upgrading our gambling laws so they're fit for the digital age. So things like stake limits on online slots where the vast majority of harm takes place, things like affordability checks, things like a levy to pay for research, education and treatment. All of these things can contribute to reducing gambling-related harm. And I think it really should be the aspiration of the sector and of the regulator to get that number down to as low as possible. And I think it can be done. And really that will enable the sector to be sustainable, because not only on a commercial level are they reliant at the moment on, or the operators reliant on people losing more than they can afford, but on a political level, that's also unsustainable. So, it does lead to backlash. We've seen it in every market. So if the sector wants to have that operation in the long term and wants to be around and avoid draconian pushback from regulators, then it has to embrace that, I call it journey to 0% from revenues from gambling related harm. And there are some operators that are talking about that already.
And what about you, Charles?
Well, I think Matt used the key word, is sustainability. The industry was last reformed, but I say reformed, it was actually formed after the 2005 Act. It was before the smartphone even existed. And so everything has changed since then, and it's clearly unsustainable in its current form. And I think that the gambling harm that actually is now something that we can measure much more than we ever used to be able to, and so we've got a better sense of the scale of it. It's an externality. It's like the pollution, if you like, that's caused by the industry. And I think, like any other sector, once society comes to realize that, then it has to act. But the sustainability principle, I think, is the key one. So the answer to the question is, reform needs to go as far as absolutely necessary and no further than it needs, because otherwise you start to create damage the other way. Striking that balance is not an easy thing, but I get the sense that actually the industry almost has reached a point of exasperation itself and wants the reform in order to put themselves on a more sustainable footing, because they don't want to spend their lives looking over their shoulders. And also they can't hire people into environments where people don't want to go to work knowing that they're committing a product that's harming people, and it's no good for anybody.
Sustainability really is the buzzword of the 21st century, isn't it? So some of the largest operators have self-imposed responsible gambling behaviour or measures in the last few years. Do you think that this proves that the industry can self-regulate?
I think it proves that they realise there's a problem and that something needs to be done. And for them, particularly the listed companies, it's an existential issue. If they don't do something about it and get to grips with it, then You know, some of them, I'd say more the operators on the more progressive end, like Flutter, for example, realise if they don't do something about it, then they might not be around in 10 years' time because there'll be a huge backlash. The problem is, an operator can't really address this problem unilaterally. It has to be measures that are implemented across the sector by the regulator that level the playing field. Otherwise, you end up with this go next door problem. So one operator might, for example, restrict someone on the basis of affordability, and unless that data is shared, unless you have a proper perspective of that person's gambling across the licensed and regulated sector, then that person will just go to another operator. So absolutely needs regulation. It needs the regulator to get on the front foot and to embrace technology and enact that across the sector. And then there'll be no disadvantage for operators doing these kind of things that will lead to their own sustainability, doing things that reduce gambling-related harm.
Yeah, it's impossible for an operator because they've got an internal conflict between the need to generate revenue and the need to actually sacrifice some of that margin for safe and responsible gambling and protecting their customers. And there's a really good analogy that I've heard people use more than once, is about the seatbelt. That when, I think it was Volvo that invented the seatbelt, and the first thing they did was they open sourced the technology. But still, manufacturers did not install seatbelts in their cars until they were told to. And there was all this hocus about, oh, well, if you put seatbelts in cars, it'll encourage people to drive faster, which wasn't true. But I think gambling regulation in this area is exactly the same. So because the companies have a commercial incentive not to do this, they will continue to act in this way. I mean, some of them will be responsible and they will stick their necks out, and they can explain that to their shareholders. But it's much better for everybody if they're all held to the same rules and standards. And also, by the way, it's better for the player. I mean, we see players who, they get blocked from one site, or they get limited on one site, and then they can just simply go and open an account at another site and carry on going. And it's like a sort of a merry-go-round of gambling harm until you run out of sites, and then you end up offshore somewhere where no one's going to ask you any questions about anything ever. And that, you know, so it doesn't help anybody, this situation. The sooner the reform comes in, the better.
Now, there's obviously a lot of discussion around the affordability checks at the moment. You just referenced them, Matt. Do you think they are necessary?
Well, at the moment, operators are expected to do them anyway. So this is where I think the debate has become a bit muddied. So there's already an obligation to do the checks for anti-money laundering purposes at like £2,000 a day or whatever it is. And they're already supposed to do affordability checks for safer gambling purposes. The Gambling Commission just hasn't been very prescriptive about that. They've taken enforcement action and they've issued fines where there's been clear breaches of social responsibility, but they've not been prescriptive about when the checks should take place, how they should take place, what data should be requested, how that data should be shared, how affordability should be, like how we should calculate affordability. And that's what's needed. And really, for me, this is a technical question. It's a question of, like, what's the metric that we're using and how can we enact it across the sector? And I feel like that component in the debate has sort of been lost a bit around this kind of nebulous and amorphous debate around freedom and all that kind of stuff. Really, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about when these checks should take place and how they should take place and standardising that across the sector.
So actually, Scully, who was the gambling minister the day before yesterday, made a very important speech a week or so ago, where he said, it's not about affordability checks, it's about financial risk. And that was actually quite a profound shift, because affordability checks mean something very, very specific in the context of credit decision making. And all of the work and the thinking about affordability is derived from that. And actually, financial risk and financial vulnerability is a much more useful metric for the gambling industry, because it encourages you to look at a much more nuanced picture of somebody's life and not have to make the kind of sort of quasi-moral judgments around affordability. Because the problem with affordability was it very quickly becomes you trying to say, well, you should spend less on gambling and more on vegetables. You know, that's the individual's choice. But somebody who's on benefits, somebody whose income has suddenly dropped, somebody whose expenses have massively gone through the roof and has got no free money to spend, somebody who regularly spends large amounts on gambling immediately after being paid, is somebody who is either financially vulnerable or whose gambling habit actually exposes them to a level of risk that they may not have even considered. So financial risk is actually a much better platform for the industry. And as Matt says, it's all about using the technology that's now available to be able to access the data and process it in a fair and transparent way.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And I think the current model at the moment is operators will maybe carry out these checks sporadically. There's no kind of real systems, or they have their own systems where they might restrict someone. They might be a case of thousands of people falling through that net. They might not have that kind of standardized and prescriptive regulation that they have to follow. So I think that's a problem. But also a problem is the regulators' approach will sort of hope the operators do the right thing in this kind of outcomes-based approach. And if they don't, we will retrospectively assess their operation, their approach, and if we find that there's failings, we'll sanction them. Well, that way round, if the fines are big enough, maybe it will change behaviour in the sector, but we're seeing huge fines now, and I think what the operators need is proper guidance, proper prescriptive guidance that can be applied across the sector, that is standardised, every operator has to follow, and that will prevent these cases happening in the first place, because we've already had a massive record end-tame fine. There's going to be another one for 2 large operators on the way. So these are all for the same failings. So and I think that the regulator really has a responsibility to set the standard.
And illegal gambling makes up a huge chunk of the overall market, and particularly in countries that have stricter regimes than our own. Do you think that we are at risk of going down the same path if reform goes too far?
Well, I think that first of all, I'm an advisor to YieldSec. YieldSec uses counter-terrorism technology to get an accurate picture of the black market and what's going on in different jurisdictions and you know, where that traffic's coming from. My view is that the regulator needs to get a proper picture of that, of what's happening. And I think that there are enforcement tools at its disposal, if it has the resources, which we hope will come in the Gambling Act review. There are tools at its disposal where it can tackle the black market and cut it off at source. So then we don't get into this kind of discussion about, oh, if we do too much regulation, will that lead to more illegal gambling? The illegal gambling shouldn't even be an option. There are things that the regulator can do, such as tackling payment processors, content suppliers, internet service providers, Google, working with the search engines. Lots of things they can do to tackle the black market. And really, it should be give the regulator that freedom and scope to regulate in the way that it wants to.
It's technically and operationally extremely difficult to put up a wall, stop people from using it. I mean, but for sure, make it as hard as possible. I mean, particularly through the payments side of things, that's the easiest way to stop it. But at the end of the day, unless the environment for gambling legally is safe and accessible, you will never remove the incentive of people. And there are some things that we could fix very, very easily. So if you take self-exclusion, for example, people can self-exclude on one particular site and then go and open an account at another one and carry on playing. There's no centralized mandate, which you get in some of the US states, actually. It's quite interesting that they're even ahead of us. And there are some things that we could do that could really begin, but ultimately I think we need to change the conversation between the operator and the player. And it needs to go from being a sort of an adult to child relationship where one's telling the other one what they can and cannot do, to an adult to adult based on mutual respect and understanding. And they both need to come to the process with the view that this is an entertainment service that shouldn't be allowed to get out of hand. And it happens to some people and not to others. And it shouldn't be a matter of shame. And it shouldn't be this sort of intrusive, these affordability checks, as they're so called now, just extraordinary inquisitions that players have to go through.
Yeah. And that's not from the regulator. That's the operators thinking, like panicking, because they're trying to find the way of...
Yeah, it's defensive, and they don't know when they do it and how they do it or what to do with the information. And the player, you know, some players are just at their wits' end. I mean, the stuff that was in the Racing Post over the last week or two is just extraordinary. And the technologies exist, but the incentives don't exist. And I think that just relying on a stream of police actions of fining people isn't going to do it.
Fantastic. I've got so many more questions. I wish we had more time. We've run out of time, unfortunately. Thank you so much. It's obviously such a hot debate at the moment. So thank you for coming in and discussing it with us. So we've come to the end of this morning's broadcast, where we have explored the future of the UK gambling market and at a point where it could be facing massive changes. It's been fascinating to hear from those at the forefront of this change, whether that's developing new products and processes to help operators better protect customers or working to reshape the sector. And of course, a special thank you to Andrew Rhodes for joining us and giving viewers an exclusive insight into the work of one of the biggest and best regarded regulators worldwide. It's also great to see Andy back at the Consumer Protection Zone, which this year has raised £52,800 that will be allocated to charities and treatment providers across the sector. As ever, we're keen to find out what you think. You viewers, we want to know what you're thinking. Get in touch on Twitter at ICE365 Global or through LinkedIn using the hashtag ICE365 Global. After the break, we're off to Latin America. According to H2 Gambling Capital, interactive gross win from LATAM and the Caribbean is expected to rise from $3 billion in 2022 to $7.1 billion by 2027. At a compound annual growth rate of 18.3%, the second highest rate of growth for any region other than North America. This makes Latin America a growing and potentially crucial new source of players and revenue for the industry. Join us from 1:30 to find out more from those in the know. I'll see you then.
ICE365 live right here for London 2023, and down here now at Pitch Ice, I'm very pleased to be joined by two, well, you met really last year, didn't you? I have Malcolm Wilkinson, and Benji Cherniak, and well, one's an investor, one is a person that was invested in. Malcolm, I want to start with you first of all, founder of We The Bookie. Talk us through what We The Bookie does and how has the product evolved?
Sure. So we're a conventional sportsbook model, but then our USP, as they say in the biz, is that at the end of each month, we redistribute half of our gross gaming revenue back to our losing customers that month in direct proportion to how much they lost that month. So it's a transparent, customer-friendly model.
How's that business grown then over the last year?
So over the last year, after Pitch Ice last year, we managed to develop the platform from our seed capital, and we actually launched less than a month ago, so we're finally live.
So the question I was going to ask you is how important was Pitch Ice to your business growth, but clearly fundamental.
Yeah, so it was it was our first opportunity to pitch at an event like this, and I think the most important factor of that was the confidence level, the confidence that people agreed that our model had potential, and it was also a good opportunity to think about our pitch and to talk to investors and to meet like-mindeds at Pitch Ice.
Now, obviously, you're here again this year. What are your thoughts on some of the featured startups in 2023?
Yeah, really interesting. First of all, the layout's really good here this year, and I think the theme I'm seeing is the interplay between social, getting engagement, social betting, and I've been seeing a lot of pitches around that, so it'll be interesting to see how that develops over the next year or two.
And as a founder, what advice have you been giving to people as you've been walking around?
Well, we're pretty modestly funded. We're still working on off our seed capital, and as a sole founder, I would suggest just, if you're, depending on your journey of funding, try to do as much as you can yourself, because to be honest, you'll learn more about the business anyway, or web design, or compliance, so being underfunded sometimes is not the worst thing.
Malcolm, thank you very much. And Benji Cherniak, the principal from Avenue H Capital. Obviously, as an investor, what a showcase like Pitch Ice, what does it do for you? What does it help you do tracking potential investments?
Yeah, look, I think that when you look at something like Pitch Ice, you have the opportunity to see 7, 8, 10, I think there's 12 different companies here that are all presenting, so an opportunity over a short period of time to meet with 12 dynamic founders with different principles and different outlooks and ideas, and try and kind of from there narrow down as to which ones might be the most interesting as it pertains to my perspective.
So what factors are you looking for when you're looking at who you may invest in as a startup?
I mean, how much time do you have? There's a lot of factors, but if I had to give you my number one factor, it would be the founder, he or herself, the quality of the individual, their commitment and their dedication, and you're investing in people, and that would be number one. And then from there it comes down to the business plan and how well thought out it is, and of course unit economics in terms of what I perceive the value to be from an investment perspective.
And what are your thoughts on this year's featured startups here at Pitch Ice?
Look, I think there's some fantastic founders here, from diversified backgrounds in different areas within the space and the ecosystem, whether it's iGaming or sports betting, or platform, or as alluded to earlier, some of the social gamification features. It's a little bit all over the map, but some really exciting opportunities, and the future is bright for a lot of these companies, I think.
So what sort of products and technologies do you think are going to be particularly exciting over the next 12 to 24 months?
Look, I think if you're looking at the next year or two, there's a couple of key buzzwords these days. We all hear AI being thrown around, but to me, a lot of it has to do with personalization of the gaming and the iGaming experience, and being able to cater what the specifics are of an individual's betting habits and betting preferences and gaming preferences, and being able to distill that and deliver to them what they're looking for. So that would be a key one. Then I think that augmenting the in-play experience and marrying streaming technology with the current data feeds and bringing all that together to create as comprehensive and seamless an in-play experience towards single-screen betting, I think is something that we're going to see emerging over the next year or two.
Benji, thank you for your insight. Malcolm, thank you for your time as well.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Okay, you'll find these guys, of course, right here at Pitch Ice. If you're watching this at home, get yourself down here. It's a great show this year. It really, really is. And if you're watching at home and you want to continue watching us, then just keep it right here at ICE365.com.
Welcome back to ICE365 Live, broadcasting live from stand S9 110 at XL London to ICE365.com. I'm Katie Goldfinch and I'm your presenter over the 3 days of the show, bringing you the latest developments from the expo floor and market-by-market analysis of some of the key regions for the global gaming industry. Yesterday, we looked at international trends and North America, and this morning we turned our focus to Great Britain. Now, attention turns to Latin America, one of the biggest emerging opportunities for gambling expansion. As I said before the break, the region's interactive gross win is expected to reach 7.1 billion by 2027, according to H2 Gambling Capital. This is being aided by more and more local markets regulating betting and iGaming. Legislation is working its way through legislators in Peru and Chile, and while progress in Brazil has stalled somewhat, many stakeholders are hopeful that we could see things move forward, if not this year, then very soon. And in Argentina, the current football world champions provinces are regulating one by one, meaning there is plenty of room to grow. Over the next 2 hours, we're going to bring in experts to talk us through the current situation in Brazil, as well as outlining opportunities in markets such as Mexico and beyond. We'll be discussing how to find the right talent to support growth in Latin America, as well as featuring a panel discussion that aims to outline best practice for doing business in the region. For this session, we're going to be looking beyond the traditional big two of Brazil and Argentina to start, beginning with Peru. While online gambling legislation passed last year, there is still more work to be done before the market opens. But there's also a number of successful local operators for newcomers to contend with, including Apuesta Total. Chief Executive Gonzalo Perez will join us shortly to discuss the regulatory progress, player preferences, and how the market may evolve. And to begin this segment, we start with LATAM beyond the big two, Peru. We have Gonzalo Perez, the CEO of Apuesta Total, joining me in the studio. Good to have you, Gonzalo.
Good to be here. Thank you so much for your invitation.
How are you enjoying London so far?
Very much. Nice weather. It's cold, but it's still sunny, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's sort of frosty out there, but it's sunny.
Yeah, it's weird.
You're enjoying that?
Yeah, a lot.
Great. So tell us, Peru took a major step towards re-regulation this year. Though I understand there are a few hurdles to overcome before the market opens, talk us through the next steps for regulation.
Well, to start, I must say that we're satisfied with the regulation that we have, that it's proposed. You know, it could be worse, but it's good enough for us to continue growing the business. Of course, there are some things that we don't like, but I think that overall it's a good regulation. Now we're waiting for the technical regulation to be passed. They just published a draft of it, and they accept our comments. So we're waiting for that, and eventually we'll have, I think, enforced by maybe June of this year.
And what about player habits? Can you tell us a little bit about their preferred sports, their deposit methods, and response to advertising? What's that like?
Yeah, sure. The main sport is football in Peru. Not just the local league, but also the European leagues, French, Spanish, English. They're quite popular. That's why we are now the sponsor of the two main teams in Peru, the soccer teams in Peru. About payment methods, I will say that the preferred one is through our shops, because we have a large retail footprint with around 800 shops. So I will say that's the number one. And you know, recently every operator has become very aggressive in terms of advertising. So we're struggling to differentiate, because we don't want to be the same as the other ones.
And tell us, do customers tend to prefer one channel over another?
Well, it's a little bit hard to say for us, because retail business is anonymous. So we don't have a record or a track of how many customers do we have in retail business. But what we have seen is that there's a lot of people that they comment us that they are using both channels. Also, in the digital channel, we have sports and casino, and we think that there is a huge potential to develop our casino verticals, because right now around 30% of our revenue comes from the casino business. So we need to take it to 50% at least in order to have a more stable operation.
And what about online customers? Are online customers only betting online, and in retail, are customers only gambling in shops?
We think it's a trend, but of course we're trying to take people from the retail to the online, because, for example, the operational hours of the shops, we need to close them, and online can be 24 hours. So we're working on that to have an omni-channel solution where your wallet you can use it on the retail, but it's a project that we're working on that.
And how important do you feel local knowledge is to operating in Peru?
Well, you have to be, I think it's very important. You have to know very well your customers, the situation, the political context. You know, everything impacts in our customers, so we need to know how to deal with them. In that way, we want to be known as a company that they're close to our customers. We don't want to be as pretentious as a big corporate brand. Of course, it's important for them to know that we are big, but we want to be a big, close friend for them.
What do you personally think about re-regulation? Do you think it's an opportunity or a threat? What are your thoughts?
Of course, it's an opportunity, because as a responsible operator, we're looking for a regulation. Fortunately, the regulation that has been approved doesn't have any strong limitations in terms of what you can bet, or in terms of the limits of wagering, or, for example, using credit cards. So I think that overall it's a very good one. And we are working also in some modifications that will to make it better. But I think it's an opportunity overall.
And as international brands inevitably start looking at Peru for potential to expand, how will Apuesta Total deal with the increased competition?
Yeah, of course, right now everybody's talking about Peru. The law has been approved, so we're the second country with an open market with a regulation, because the first one was Colombia. Of course, Uruguay has a law, but it's a monopoly. So we're the second one, and a lot of people is looking at us. But I think that what we have made in the past and what we are doing right now, we feel pretty confident about being prepared in order to receive these international operators. Of course, we also are building some strategies, for example, in terms of marketing. As I said, we sponsor the two main teams, and we have a long-term deal with them. So if an international operator wants to come into Peru, I think that it will be a challenge for them, because right now almost any marketing assets it's available. You know, the name of the league, you know, the sponsor of the main teams, locations. For us, it's been now very hard to find premium locations. So it will be a challenge for them. I think the competition in general makes you better. And the customer is the one who will win at the end. So, yep, we're pretty confident.
And ready, by the sounds of things,
yes,
as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it. And so it's day 2 of ICE. How are you finding the show? What are you looking forward to seeing for your last bit of the show? Yeah.
I'm really happy, because we came last year, and you know, because of COVID and because of the dates, it didn't feel the same. But right now it's like the previous year, and I like it. For me, it's the more important exhibition in the world.
Amazing. Well, enjoy the rest of the show, and thank you for joining us in the ICE365 studio.
Thank you.
So continuing the LATAM focus, up next we talk beyond the big 2 markets to watch with Marzia Turini. Join us then. Welcome back. Continuing the LATAM focus. In this section, LATAM Beyond the Big Two, other markets to watch. I'm joined by Marzia Turini, EVP of Europe and South America, BMM Test Labs. Wonderful to have you in the studio.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
And it's day 2 of ICE. Has it been going well for you so far?
Very, very busy. Back to those days pre-pandemic. Very, very pleased to see all this excitement around me.
Now, tell us, there's been a lot of talk about Brazil and Argentina in particular. Do you feel that international brands are probably exploring other opportunities across the continent?
Sure, definitely. Undoubtedly, everyone has been looking at Brazil, especially for the past few years, but we're still waiting for the miracle to happen. But in the meanwhile, there are other countries that have been developing online regulation. They're working towards that, and some steps have been made forward, especially Peru, Chile, definitely there are, and Uruguay as well, actually. And we expect this to happen between this year and next year, maximum. But there are other countries that realize that online gaming is equally important to land-based as well. The pandemic was a good test for this. So we know that Ecuador, Bolivia, and Dominican Republic as well are working towards regulating the gaming industry as well. You know, in the past, these countries have banned gaming, so they're back. And I think the political turmoil that is going on in South America right now in a way generates the need of some money injection, and definitely gaming is one of them.
So you mentioned a few regions there. Which are you most excited about? Which do you think look like the most promising?
Peru. Peru, I would say, definitely, is a big market. Peru has been regulated for many years in the land-based environment. And it's an important market for our industry, and I'm 100% sure that when online is going to be regulated, it's going to be a boom. Think a little bit what happened in Colombia a few years ago, but Peru is even bigger. So there is a lot of excitement, in BMM about Peru, but not only. The whole industry is expecting this to happen.
And what about issues that could hinder growth? Let's talk about those. What issues do you think there are?
Well, look, definitely, the political landscape is a bit unstable right now in Peru. So when you have a little bit of instability politically wise, you always have to expect a bit of surprises, true. But I'm quite confident that the regulator will definitely learn and leverage the experience of neighbors, like Colombia as an example. But there is also a natural link to Spain, right, for cultural reasons and historical reasons. And I'm sure that the regulators talk to each other, so I don't expect a lot of problems. Also from a banking perspective, in the past there were a lot of problems because the bank corporation were a little bit scared of dealing with us. When I say us, is obviously the gaming industry. But I think we made a lot of good progresses in explaining the institutions, the banking institutions, that our industry is equally clean like many other industries. So they don't have to be scared and look at us like, wow, the bad guys are coming to the country. So I think we made a lot of good progress in that sense as well.
So, and beyond testing and regulatory compliance, are there any other security concerns in the gaming sector, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Security and cyber attacks are becoming the top number one, actually, agenda of boards worldwide, not only in the gaming industry, but any kind of industry. And it's for this reason that the BMM group is focused in creating a division, which is called Big Cyber, which is really truly dedicated to offer a cyber defense solution to our customers in the gaming industry. It's very, very costly to protect companies from cyber attacks. And when I say protect, doesn't mean that you can really protect them 100%. Cyber attack happens, will always happen. What we need to be able is to have solutions in place that detect the intrusions so that we can react immediately 24/7. And given that we have a lot of expertise in the gaming industry, we are kind of tailoring this cyber defense solution for this sector.
And do you feel the pandemic was ultimately a big driver of bills being filed in countries such as Chile, Peru, and Uruguay?
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, you know, there are countries where there were just land-based operations, and obviously due to COVID, they had to shut down all the casinos. While in other countries where online was regulated and up and running for a while, they could mitigate the damage and the impact of COVID. So clearly, I think that it's a common understanding that online is needed along with land-based. And that's one of the reasons. But also observing what was going on in other neighboring countries like Colombia, which probably I would say that is the best example to be looked at, helped as well.
And how is the land-based market in Latin America recovering from pandemic-based disruption?
We are back to 100%, and I think, and no, it's not I think, I know for sure that some operators suffered a lot, and some casinos got shut down and never reopened. But I think it's a lesson learned. Hopefully we won't have another similar pandemic, but just in case, whereby I think the gaming sector has been penalized a lot by governments. A lot of casinos have been shut down for too long, while we have a very good example in Uruguay. It was the first country that reopened the casinos successfully without any collateral damage. So it's very important to understand that this industry was taking care of hygiene and protocols and safety as much or even more than other sectors.
So revenue has returned to usual levels. Great news.
Yes, definitely.
And so as a testing specialist, how has BMM Test Labs supported the industry through the difficult period?
Well, look, BMM was able to keep on serving our customers worldwide. We were not forced to shut down, which was definitely a good thing for us. We've been suffering from the land-based shutting down of our customers' operations, definitely, but we had to kind of be resilient as everyone else, invent ourselves, and come up with solutions. Obviously for online was easier because everything is remote, but for land-based we had to be very creative. So we put in place some ways to be able to test at least part of the components in a remote way, even for the land-based products, which actually we are continuing despite the fact that we don't have all those pandemic impediments. And as far as our staff is concerned, obviously we put in place all the protocols and safety, and we learned how to deal with all these virtual meetings, which were very helpful, true. I do personally think that meeting people face-to-face is still much better. And it's incredible to see how we were able to grow despite the pandemic, and we could really grow our customer base. But I'm also very happy that we're back to face-to-face meeting.
So it's led to some permanent changes in your products and how you offer them.
Yeah, exactly. But I think we need all to find a balance. I think we went too far into virtual, and we need to find a new reality, which will allow us to keep the human contact. At the end of the day, everything is about relationship.
Yeah.
We need to keep it. That's my personal opinion, but I really truly believe in this.
I agree. We're getting philosophical here in the ICE365 live studio. We could apply that to every industry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining us. It was lovely to meet you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Great. So up next, we talk World Series of Politics. And live in the studio, we'll have Brendan Bussman, the managing partner of B Global Advisors, Ugo Baumgartner, the VP International of 27th Gaming Group, and Robin Harrison, the head of B2B content, Clarion Gaming. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the World Series of Politics Live. I am still not Brand Hayden, I am Robin Harrison, and I am here with Brendan Busman, industry superhero. Brendan, it's always great to be with you.
It's always great to be with you. I don't know if I'd go complete superhero. I don't have my own NFT. So there's that.
That's something to work on.
You know, there's a few people here at ICE that are doing NFTs, so, you know, maybe we can do it. I would say this, and I was remiss in our conversation yesterday when we talked about this because I wasn't paying that much attention to the intro. I'm so used to the intro with our good friend Rick Allen at the beginning of our podcast that I was like, what the hell is this? No, sorry, can I say that here?
Oh yeah, you can.
Okay, I just want to make sure. But you know, we're so used to the podcast and what we do on a bi-weekly basis that I was like, oh, we're doing different intros. So you know, it's great. But we are here this week or this episode, to talk about Latin America, and we've got one of my good friends, colleague, and LATAM expert extraordinaire, if I want to say that.
Thank you so much.
Hugo Baumgartner, who I think has been one of the biggest guys I know over the years I've been in the industry that understands gaming and what's going on across the spectrum down south of the border for where I'm at in the US. And I say that from Mexico on down. But obviously there's been a lot of movement, a lot of continued, you know, market development down there, being that it's very alive, very vibrant. Not to say it hasn't been, but there's a lot of expansion opportunities for people around the world doing that. So first and foremost, welcome.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you guys. So my name is Hugo Baumgartner. I have been in the industry for 25 years. Started in Brazil in 1997. Coming from land-based, online right now since 2012, and been around Latin America. I have been all over the places, lived in Mexico for a while, but Brazilian by birth, and now living in Brazil.
Amazing, it's great to have you with us. And since you're a Brazilian, let's start locally. Okay. So obviously, you know, with that market, there's a lot of promise, a lot of hope, but not a lot of action. I think that's fair to say. You know, it was looking good at the end of last year, or it was looking maybe hopeful rather than good. And then obviously, I mean, we've talked about this on the audio version of the World Series of Politics, and things really kind of just ground to a halt. You know, the bill wasn't ratified. There's a new president. So what's the situation there? I mean, are you still hopeful? Do you feel that we've still got a trajectory? Do you feel that the 1991 bill could potentially move forward? I mean, what's going to happen next in your eyes?
Hey guys, so it's something really complicated. I'll tell you the truth. I have been on the industry, as I told, since 1997. We legally operated in Brazil until 2004, when the actual president, Lula, shut down all the bingo halls at that time. And I was just talking to a friend today, and he was asking about Brazil. And I said, you know, it's exactly 18 years that I have been hearing the same thing. Next year, or next summer, or next president, or next whatever. So it's true that the mentality of the people in Brazil have changed since that time, early 2000 and end of 1999, 98. Now people accept gaming as an industry, they see it as an industry, but unfortunately we still have a lobby against it. Church is against it, and that's true as well, that the sports betting is already a reality in Brazil. We had that law until 2000, that was done in 2018. Everybody's there, every big operator, smaller operators, local operators also are there. operating, sponsoring, giving jobs to people. And unfortunately, I do not understand the mentality of the politicians seeing all of those and don't regulate in it, you know. So it's still a question. I mean, when it's going to be done, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know. There is hope. Yeah. The new president is in place. Minds changed. So I think that hopefully this year he can regulate sports betting at least online. I mean, land-based is another issue. It's more complicated stuff. Right. I think that needs some more time for people really get the idea and make the proper regulation, because unfortunately everybody's pushing to one side or the other side, and we never agree on anything. That's my feeling. I mean, coming from 1997.
You know, to that extent, and you know, you and I have joked about this as we've gone back and forth between presidents, and you know, I haven't. Apparently, I need to go to my local KFC in Florida to find your former president right now, who who exiled basically into the States a little bit for a different lifestyle. You know, I think everybody was very optimistic, going, okay, hey, there's a change. You're still going to sign this before the end, and
we thought so.
He basically did the mic drop on the way out and said, hey, I'm out, whatever else. You know, what do you think? And obviously there's lots of conversations that happen off of this, both from a land, but mobile, and with land you've got your stakeholders you've got, you know, stalwarts that want to develop big casinos down there, and it's all the big players, the Las Vegas Sands, the MGMs, the Winds, the Melcos, all of those that have been down there, Hard Rocks over the years, you know, but you also have the local operators there that want their smaller facilities along the way. On the sports betting side and online gaming, you got the same. You've got Lotto in the mix. I'm asking you to say what I know you're not going to be like, what, but what, you know, what actually is the first thing that breaks through that says, hey, we're going to do X right? Is it sports betting? Is it land-based? What is that along the way that says, here's what we're going to put our foot in this, down and make sure this happens?
I mean, sports betting, for sure. Sports betting is already a reality. Every Brazilian has an account with some sports betting company and a website. And the PIX, I don't know if everybody is aware what PIX is the bank transfer, instant bank transfers in Brazil. It came to facilitate the lives of the operators there. It's easy, fast, and there is no need to more complication. So sports betting is a reality. Not 100% of the soccer teams has sponsorships, but at least 95% of them, they already have is being sponsored by a sports betting company. And now it's part of their mindset. Brazilians are used to sports betting. And in Brazil, it's a little bit strange, but sports betting is classified as a lottery. Okay? So it's easier to get a lottery approved instead of gaming, you know? So it's classified as lottery, so it's easier to convince people, convince politicians that it's a lottery. What I think, to be honest, is that since 2020, the Supreme Court approved the lottery state by state. So now it's not anymore a monopoly of the federal monopoly, so each state can have his own lottery. The first state already issued 4 licenses. The other states are gonna go the same way. So once the states start operating, we'll push the federal government to do something because the states are doing their job. So I think that somehow this new thing is gonna help the industry to get things done faster. And this I mean not only because of sports betting, but I also mean that lottery can be a lot of stuff, even a VLT is a lottery. So once they see VLTs installed on the street, they will have to regulate it somehow on the RNG side and otherwise it's going to just lose the market to the States. So again, the first thing would be sports betting from my perspective.
And that's fair, I think. You know, let's switch gears. You want to switch to another country over everything?
Yeah, so we're racing through our time. So I think we've probably got time to just talk about one more country. So I was keen to discuss Mexico, because I understand you're doing some work there, and that's quite an interesting market because it's got some of the hallmarks of, you know, the US. You've got the land-based tethering, you've got the local incumbents, you've also got the international companies coming in. So how do you see that market developing going forward? I mean, do you feel that's going to become a sort of a meeting point of the kind of like the LATAM brands with the kind of international, the US brands, and kind of almost like, a territory to learn about, you know, the different, the two different markets, because it does feel like there's some similar characteristics.
Yeah, Mexico already did their job. I mean, early 2000, some licenses were issued. Now the land-based industry is something that is 100% going on, already installed. Big suppliers are already there, meaning slots, every kind of machines provides are already there on the land-based side. They have their offices there and on operation. On the online side, something quite new. I remember when in 2012, 13, 14, as a provider was trying to sell games, online games to them. And they were saying, no, I don't understand about the online gaming. I don't want to do this. Mm-hmm. So just before COVID, big guys started to get their local licenses in Mexico, and now it's booming. Remember that Mexico is the second largest country of Latin America and regulated. So people are getting their licenses in Mexico, learning how to operate in Latin America. It's true that Spanish, Portuguese, one culture, different culture, it's different than Brazil.
Of course, yeah.
But people, all the big ones are already getting their license in Mexico, so they can get used to the Mexican market and then expand to whole Latin America. To be honest, in the last 2 years, I can say that at least 2 new licenses were issued in Mexico, and more are coming because the government understood that's something that's a reality, and they have to somehow give away the licenses.
Cool. And we are coming up to the end of our time, aren't we? So Hugo, it's been great to have you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you so much. And are you around Iceland and the rest of the week?
Yeah, I'll be here until Friday, flying to Estonia. On Friday, be there for a week, visiting some clients, some friends, and back to Brazil on the other week.
Wow. So it's almost as...
I was going to say, I know we're closing out on time here. For those that may not know a lot about Latin America and that, what are like, and obviously rattle off as quick as can, because I know, what are the most lively markets that people should be paying attention from a land or online perspective? Because it's a very dynamic market, it's a very diverse market down there, what's going on, but what are some other, just quick off the rattle, other markets?
Top three.
Top three,
top three.
Peru for sure, they're going to have their regulation soon. Colombia is already a reality, so people is already, online is already a reality in Colombia. Really good and strong laws. Peru is coming. And the other one, I would say, between Chile and Panama. Yeah, Panama would be the biggest one. Guatemala has its own thing. El Salvador as well. Good markets, smaller markets, regulated, and doing well.
Well, obviously we could talk all day about this over the course of time. We unfortunately don't have all day because there are other things that we want to cover. But I think from an overall perspective, we appreciate your time today. We can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
I know that, you know, we're in the World Series of Politics, we're always covering stuff. So at some point, I hope to have you back on the podcast. In general, we'll do that. But Robin, I think we're out of time. So with that, we'll join us in on the next version of the podcast here in the very near future.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, we are out of time. So thank you very much for watching. Next up, we have Lifting Your LATAM Business with Local Know-How, where you're going to see Alistair Cleland from Pintasia and James McKenzie from Partis discussing how to find the right staff for your business. Join us for that in a few minutes.
Hello and welcome to this section, Lifting Your LATAM Business with Local Know-How. I'm joined in the studio with Alistair Cleland, the Managing Director of Pentasia, and James McKenzie, the Business Development Director of Partis. How are you both? Good to have
thank you. How are you?
I'm very well.
Good.
How's ICE going for you both so far?
Busy. Best yet, I would say, for us.
Busy and the best. That's what we like to hear.
Really good.
Nice.
Thank
and
you.
for yourself?
Yeah, very happy to be here. It was obviously, everyone took a couple of years off, excited to be back and feel the energy in the room is very good.
Yeah, nice. So can you share some of the main findings from the IGB Pentasia salary survey?
Yes.
And how do these apply to the LATAM talent market?
Certainly. I'm going to have to read some of these from my notes, I'm afraid. But so look, so the survey, generally speaking, and this applied across every location, there was a 12.5% growth in salary everywhere as an average. That applied to senior leadership of 16% as well. And across strategic leadership roles, Katie, there's a 16% up to 30% rise in average salaries for people to make the move. We see Brazil as the hottest market at the moment for talent out of all of LATAM, I think because that is potentially going to regulate at some point in the near future. I think people are getting geared up to be ready for that. But generally, there's an increase in salary across most of LATAM.
Okay, good news. And most of the discussions this afternoon have included an iteration about the importance of local knowledge when launching in Latin America. So how has this influenced the type of candidate operators and suppliers seek out in the region, in your view?
I think it's highly important. If you're going to launch a casino or a sports book in any region, you need local knowledge, but you also need industry expertise. Some of that exists in LATAM, but not in every country. So a bit like the US at the very start, there's a real key highlight on importing talent. And that can come from clearly anywhere, from Europe, maybe Canada or the US. But I think we're seeing a lot of talent being hired overseas and brought in to start to launch these companies. I don't know what Partis see about any particular skills.
I think from, Partis built a reputation for helping companies get into new markets, particularly in the US. We're seeing LATAM as a reflection of the US now, as businesses in North America feel like growth is possibly slowing down slightly with the regulation opportunity diminishing. And so as they look to South America, a lot of those companies are looking to acquire or invest in companies that know how to cater to a LATAM audience and LATAM players. So, a number of Brazilian businesses have been very successful in recent months and over the past, I guess, 12 months by, providing and catering to a younger Brazilian audience.
And in terms of technical talent, have you found that there's a sort of strong local base to pick from?
Not everywhere. I mean, certainly there is. We've actually built some development centers, or helped some customers build development centers in Panama, in Colombia specifically, in Uruguay, Argentina. So there are some very strong regions in LATAM that have very, very good I suppose graduates entering the market and good skilled technical talent, but not everywhere. It's more concentrated in certain areas. But yeah, there's some great talent and a lot more cost effective perhaps than building something in Europe, I would say, yeah.
And for investors that are looking to expand into Latin America, what are the defining characteristics of the local LATAM operators, do you think? And what are their highest values?
I think mainly, it's the same for almost any geography, but if you have a strong product, growth, profitability, this local know-how, how to market to a customer, I think that's very important. A lot of the players in LATAM are actually using third-party technology. I think over time, there'll be a trend where people are bringing technology in-house, as that happened in the US. But I think ultimately the successes of the LATAM businesses to date is because they've known how to market efficiently to their audience in their home geographies.
And whilst the excitement of LATAM continues to grow, how do operators and suppliers view the industry from the inside looking out?
Yeah, you have to take that?
Yeah, happy to take it. I think everybody, there's a huge buzz around ICE and the industry generally looking at LATAM as a market. I think those on the ground in the market as regulation or impending regulation in places like Brazil and Peru is going to come in, that always brings more opportunity. It brings jobs to these countries, it brings taxes which benefit the governments as well. But I think it will be, it's the same story in places like Colombia, where regulations, and Argentina, where regulations been in place for a long time. But I think ultimately, I mentioned it previously, but there was an obsession and a bit of a race for businesses to get into North America. Now it feels like that attention is slightly shifting towards LATAM because the companies down there are achieving really significant growth, and businesses want to be able to go on the journey with those local companies.
Fantastic. Thank you both for coming in to talk to us on ICE365 Live. Have a great rest of your show. What's on the cards for this evening?
This evening, I'm going home.
You're going home?
Yes.
Are you going
I think
out
I'll
tonight?
probably drag him out for a beer first.
Oh, maybe one
Come
beer
on,
and then
just
home. One beer and then home.
One for the road.
Yeah.
I like it.
Thank you.
Thank you for visiting.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
chaps. So up next, we talk the world champions of fan engagement. I'm joined by Augustin Sykes, the co-founder and chief operating officer of LATAM Media Group. Stay tuned. Welcome back, folks. Now we're talking the World Champions of Fan Engagement, lessons for Argentina's sportsbook after the World Cup. I'm joined in the studio by Augustin Sykes, the co-founder and chief operating officer of LATAM Media Group. So great to have you back in the studio.
Hi, how are you? Yeah, indeed, it's a real pleasure. I didn't know, to be honest, that I was going to find with you again. And a real pleasure.
So it's
Thank
a
you.
surprise
It's a
and
surprise.
a pleasure.
It's a
Great
surprise.
news. How does it
Yeah,
feel
thank-
to be back at ICE?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think I've said it last year, but it's my favorite event by far. For Latin American, it's really special because we don't have the possibility to see many executives that don't usually go to Latin American events. So it's a very good opportunity to be here, to see clients, to see colleagues, to be at the conferences, to learn, to see the many stands that we have here. We have, I don't know, it's fun, it's entertaining. You have brand ambassadors. It's really nice to be here. And well, I don't know if you've seen, but year after year, there are more people from Latin America. We are over, I don't know, like 200, and we'll rule.
I love it. And
Yeah.
obviously now we're talking after Argentina was crowned world champions for the third time. What does this mean for the country?
Well, you know, perhaps it happens in many countries, but every 4 years people go crazy when World Cup starts. I don't know. It's really tough to define that feeling, but we start looking for I don't know. We'll compare with previous occasions of the World Cup. I don't know. We start doing things that we did in Mexico '86, for example, when we were champions as well. It's not just about football. It's a popular feeling that I don't know that it's ours. It's from Argentinians. Since last year in 2021, when Argentina won the Copa America last year, the feeling of the people with this national team changed a lot, because we like football, we like to play, but national teams feelings we always struggle with as they don't play in Argentina, they play abroad, so many people don't feel like they were part of us. But these things changed last year, because it's not how well they played, it's how they struggled, how they fought, how they played, and well, that sensation came alive after winning the final. So yeah, we are still excited. I think it's going to be 2 months, and we are excited, and we don't talk about anything that
Celebrating for 2 months straight, non-stop. I love it. And let's talk about the Messi effect. I mean, we have to talk about Messi. Tell us how he's captured the imagination of the country.
Yeah, well, now Messi, it's all that's good these days. Of course, we know that at the age of 34, he played the best football he has played, or he's been playing for over 15 years. But from in this World Cup, what he shown was something else. The kind of leader that he is. How he struggled, how he, after the defeat with Arabia Saudita, the first match, he went up and said, we are going to give the 100%, we are going to recover from this, and it happened. Thanks to social networks as well, we could see how the national team was living those days. So there was a streaming from Kun Agüero, for example, where he was with his fellows of the national team, and he was making fun, and they were laughing. But at the same time, I don't know who was making fun of another person, and he said, no, stop, wait, this is not good. This is like and he wasn't a good leader years ago. But well, now we saw how he learned, how he learned how to be a good leader, and yeah, It's again, it's something that's very good for all the. I don't know. We see an interview of him and we are like all in love. Yeah, never happens. But yeah,
only love.
Yeah, we are.
And obviously the World Cup has generated huge levels of interest around the world. And this must present a massive opportunity for sports betting operators.
Yeah. I think the World Cup was like the first time that operators were in live stream, or mainstream, sorry. Like they were seen by all the country. Because despite they have been operators since over the last years. In Argentina, it depends of each jurisdiction. There's no federal law. Each province has its own jurisdiction. So in some provinces, it's been 4 or 5 years. In Buenos Aires, it's really recent. It's over a year, more or less. But they've been in every TV stream or radio or whatever. They've been in the core of things. I don't know. There are some companies, some operators that have been sponsoring. For example, Codere sponsors River Plate. Vplay sponsors Estudiantes de La Plata. BetWarrior is the official sponsor of the national team of Argentina. But yeah, we, the ones who love football and follow our teams every Sunday or every week, we know what it is. But the World Cup, what it has, that, I don't know, my mother, my grandma, everyone starts following football and knows about football and has opinions about football, and they don't still understand what it is. But this time they had the opportunity to be seen by all, I don't know, by all the population, and I think they captured the attention because they caught the essence of what we feel about football. I don't know. For example, again, an example is Vplay. He took a very popular character in Argentina who's a football fan, and also we say in Argentina, we say cábala. When, I don't know, it's a habit that if your team wins and you are sat in this coach, the next match I'm going to be in the same coach, because we feel and we think that we are helping the team to win, you know?
Superstition?
Yeah, exactly. You said it much better than me. You said it in 1 word, I said it in 25. But yeah, superstition. So yeah, and for example, yeah, Codere did something the same, like what I was mentioning earlier about Mexico '86, that the resemblance between a World Cup and the other. So don't worry that if we lose the first match, because in 1990 in Italy we lost the first match and we played the final. So those kind of things that they could capture the essence and worked over that. So yeah, it was very good.
And tell us a little bit about how the opportunity was leveraged to build brand awareness around the tournament.
Well, I think it's a bit what I've said. I think I'm, as an Argentinian, as you are, come and play in my website, that I understand how you are struggling, how you have that feeling of a fight or of resilience that is very important for everything. I think it was the perfect moment to show them the country what they are able to feel. I think it was perfect. It was the perfect timing. It was the perfect result. Of course, if Argentina didn't win the World Cup, perhaps this didn't have too much sense. But yeah, finally, unfortunately, we did. So yeah, they did great.
And tell us how LMG takes advantage of the passion of football in Latin America.
Yeah, since last year, I think most of the events that we organize in Latin America or in LMG are held around football. Jorge, my partner, and me, we love football, we like watching football, but especially we like to play football. So we've been doing networking events, but we wanted to give it a twist to this event, to engage more with the community, so that operators and suppliers could relate from a different perspective. And what came to our minds? Football. So what we started to do, we did it in Peru and we did it in Mexico as well. We've been organizing LMG football experience, where 4 teams of the industry play a championship in a professional stadium. In Peru we did it in el Estadio Monumental, that is a pro stadium, and give all those participants that come to the event that feeling to feel a pro, to be honest, to change it in the locker room where professional players do play 11 versus 11, like the real size of football. So yeah, it's been around. It's really present, and this year in 2023 we are going to hold this event in Colombia. We're going to do it in Peru. We are going to do it in Argentina, in Chile, in Mexico. So we are going to have 5 LMG football experience, so all the community can engage, have fun. We also do the prize giving ceremony after the championship, where we give the champion the trophy and the prize for the best goalkeeper to the top scorer. Yeah, we are having fun, and everything is surrounded by football, because yeah, we Latin Americans are really passionate, and we love to do that.
Sounds fun. Brilliant news. Thank you for coming to talk to us, Augustin.
Thanks to you.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. Hope to see you next year.
Yeah. So up next, we talk Brazil. What happens now? We've got Luis Felipe from Maya, the founding partner of Maya, Yoshiyasu, in the studio. Stay tuned. Welcome back, folks. Time now to talk Brazil. What happens now? I'm joined by Luis Felipe from Maya, the founding partner from Maya, Yoshiasu, and it's his birthday today. Happy birthday!
Thank you so much.
I love that you're here on your birthday. You're very committed.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I've been celebrating my birthday at ICE for the past 10 years, I think, except for the pandemic. So it became a kind of tradition, yeah.
Yeah. And so you will get to celebrate tonight in a sort of ICE special way, perhaps?
Yeah, all this time we've made so many friends here. It's good to be here with them and celebrate.
Great. So it feels as though 2022 ended with a slight disappointment for the industry as the outgoing president failed to ratify sports betting. Do you think this effectively puts plans for regulation back to square one? What are your thoughts?
No, definitely not. Of course, it was a huge disappointment for everybody. Regulation, according to the regulator, the regulation was ready to be published. All they needed was the president to sign it. Because of the elections, he decided that he would sign it after the result. And since the former president lost the election, what we heard is that he decided not to sign it, so he wouldn't generate extra revenues for the new president. The point is, I think the market developed so much in the past years that now we have come to the point of no return. I think the new government will very likely have it regulated as soon as possible. They are still appointing the new regulators, but from what the conversation that we had, it's definitely in their agenda to have it regulated.
And is there scope for the 2018 framework to be saved under President Lula, do you think?
Yeah. The regulation will be under the law of 2018. Okay, the 4 years deadline has absolutely no consequence, so they can still have it regulated regardless of the deadline.
And this is all happening against the backdrop of a 1991 bill finally progressing in the Brazilian legislature. Do you feel this is now the focus of the industry as it pushes for regulation?
I think we have several things going on in Brazil at the same time. We have the Bill 442 that was approved by the Chamber last year and now needs to be approved by the Senate. And the good news is that the President of the Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco, and the Speaker of the House, Arthur Lira, they were both re-elected, and they're both in favor of the bill, so it will definitely help the progression. On the other hand, it's a transition. The new government have their priorities, and this is not a priority for any government. It's something that needs to be done, but it's not a priority. So we have to wait. We also had several developments on the state level, on the state lotteries. Now we're going to have sports betting license on the state level as well, and also in some municipalities. And this creates some pressure for the federal government to have sports betting regulated for the whole country. Otherwise, they're going to face the competition from the local lotteries. So I think Bill 442 is not the focus, except for land-based casinos and online casinos. Then I think that's where we should push it.
So a little bit of talk there about some of the hurdles. Are there any other hurdles that you foresee this bill facing?
Yeah, I think from the legislative standpoint, the hurdle was always to deal with the religious groups that are traditionally against gambling. I usually say that the reason why they're against is not a matter of religion, but a matter of economy. The church and gambling, we dispute the same resources. We're talking about time, attention, money, and hope of the people. So at the end of the day, the church and the gaming industry, they are always competing. I think we may have a good environment on the Congress to have it approved as soon as it is put to vote. Okay, but there will be some hurdles, as there were during the discussion at the chamber. And another thing that might happen, and I hope it doesn't, we have to avoid at all costs any kind of scandal regarding attempts of corruption, abuses, whatever. We need to, because since betting has become so popular in Brazil, the industry needs to be very careful, because any negative press can create some kind of a backlash and make it a new hurdle for the process.
Of course. And do you feel that players are ready and waiting for legal sports betting, casinos, and other forms of gambling? Are they eager?
Actually, the players already have so much offer for online betting and for online casino that if you ask the average person in Brazil if gaming is prohibited, they will say it's not, because they are used to seeing sponsorship by gaming companies in every single jersey in the soccer league. They are used to seeing commercials on TV, on the internet. So since advertising has been so intense in the past 2 or 3 years, most people in Brazil think that it's legal, that it's regulated. So now we are not on the time where we're discussing whether we're going to have gambling or not in Brazil. We're not. The discussion is whether the government wants to have it regulated and taxed or not, because the offer is already there. And for the players, those who have a little more knowledge of what is taking place, there is a concern about responsible gaming, AML, players' protection in general, because now we have all the offer and there is no structure for these kind of protections.
And also, considering the political division, it could create a potential culture war. Do you foresee that as a problem?
Not really. Not really. I think Brazilian population became so keen to gaming and especially sports betting that I don't see the current political disputes affecting that outcome. The point is, either if you're left wing or right wing, everybody's watching soccer, and that's the Brazilian religion at the end of the day. So, and it's always good to watch a game when place a bet and have more skin on the game and feel the emotion. So, I think that's why Brazil is, I think in the view of most operators, the market.
And you said earlier that you don't think it's very high up on the priority list for the new president. Whereabouts do you think it is on that priority list? When will they come round to deciding on it?
Yeah, you see, this transition has not been easy for the government. We had riots. There is all the negotiation with the Congress, election of the Speaker, election of the President of the Senate. The Minister of Finance is trying to implement some changes. I think they need to get the ball rolling before they can deal with any other subject. And gambling falls into this concept of other subjects. The discussions now in Brazil, they regard the official interest rate, central bank autonomy, political disputes, whether the former president will be sanctioned or sued or arrested. I think it will take some time for the dust to settle, and then the government will be able to work on other issues such as gaming.
And we saw lottery revenue hitting new heights last year in Brazil. What do you see the vertical playing in the country's gambling industry as it evolves?
I think, as most countries, I think lottery has its own space. The fact that we will have sports betting or in the future on casinos, land-based casinos, I think it does not affect the existing lottery business and the lottery model. I think the key impacts for this lottery model will come not from other gaming modalities, but from the development of the state lotteries and the municipal lotteries. In Brazil, we have 26 states plus the federal district, and each one can have their own lottery now, since the Supreme Court ruled that there was no federal monopoly. Then we have over 5,000 municipalities and there is an understanding that the municipalities could also have their own lotteries. So we are talking about potentially over 5,000 different lotteries operating in the same region, which makes absolutely no sense. So I think one of the challenges for the gaming regulator in Brazil, and at the end of the day for the courts, because this will generate litigation and the courts will have to decide, is how the lottery offer will coexist with the existing federal lottery in the other states. There is a huge discussion regarding geofencing, geoblocking, because under the Brazilian law, a contract, such as a betting contract, is deemed as executed where the offer is made. Meaning, if I am the lottery of a small city in Brazil, and I'm making the offer of the game, I could theoretically accept bets from all over the country with a city license, which makes absolutely no sense from a business standpoint. So we still have a lot to go in terms of lottery, but I think the challenges will come from the lottery itself, not from the other games.
Yeah, it sounds like a very complex landscape. Thank you for explaining it so well. And happy birthday. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Thank you. So folks, stay tuned. Up next, we have an exciting discussion panel called Making a Splash in the LATAM region. Stay tuned for that. Director of Operations for Sport & Co. and Gaming Group, a gig company. We've also got Angelo Alberoni, the Country Manager for Brazil Betson. We've got Patricia Lalanda, partner of Loira Abogados, and Josefina Frigioni, the Head of Brand and Content for Bet Warrior. Take it away, folks.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a pleasure being today in this webinar panel on site in this exciting event at ICE. And I'm very happy to be able to comment on the LATAM splash, because it's certainly a splash. I don't know about you guys, but certainly it's what I've been talking about all around during the whole day yesterday, today. What's happening in LATAM? How can we organize to enter into LATAM? What do we need? What are the do's and don'ts? So it's a very ambitious program that we have for this half an hour, but we're going to try to cover it. So from a regulatory perspective, and since I'm the one starting, I do have to mention that no country is, as you already know, the same to enter, but there are, I think, a few basic steps. Obviously, building a strategy and having very clear where to go first, what are the strengths, what's the budget, and how is the whole strategy going to affect our initial operations or provision of services where we're already doing or taking them up in other jurisdictions. So I think that from a legal perspective, we need to have very clear all the legal implications to setting up or not setting up any presence in the jurisdictions, how this is going to affect from a tax perspective, and of course, what is happening from a regulatory perspective as well. Is Brazil going to be regulating soon enough? We just had one of the best lawyers previously on Luis Felipe Maya explaining in depth. We're not going to go into too much depth about the regulation, but of course this is something that I think the operators have been learning how to manage, the great expectation, when is this going to happen and so on. Then of course Chile. Chile I think is in a good pace, moving forward to quite good regulation. Of course there's some tweaks pending, but it's going to be a great opportunity as well. Peru is right there, maybe in 3 months or 4 months, let's see when. But of course, a lot of excitement. And as Josefina, you will also enlighten us with more details. But Argentina, I understand you're already in Provincia and city of Buenos Aires, and you are looking into Córdoba and other regions. So we'll go into that. Obviously, and again, we need to have the proper strategy, have the proper compliance partners, get the marketing straight, and that's something that we're going to talk in depth, I understand. So I think it's a good moment that since you all have a different perspective of experiences, one from the brand content, the marketing on Josefina, we have a Brazilian now expert, right? and of course, all the Sport & Co, the gig experience, which from the platform provider. So I suggest that we go by one per country, and you give us your insight of what the experiences have been, what you're looking to see in the future months. How are the companies that you are representing today managing? So if you want to begin with Brazil.
Okay, it's a difficult job. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, ICE, the invitation. I'm very happy to be here with you guys, girls, and to talk about LATAM. We've been working for these moments of LATAM in the past 12, 15 years, and right now it's happening. In Brazil, it should be happened in the last 4 years. We saw a lot of change, a change of governments, a change of politicians. In Brazil, it's almost impossible to say right now when it's coming, but it's close. We are hoping to see the regulation until the end of this year. We are also with a project of law in our Congress. It's a lot of debate about the full verticals of gambling in Brazil right now. Sport betting, of course, it's a little bit ahead because we already have the law. It wasn't regulated last year, but it's still missing just one step. So as Betson, we are taking a deeply look in our environment in Brazil. It's a lot of crazy stuff happening in Brazil with strange brands, big brands, small brands, no one knows brands. So, and Betson, it's a little bit more pragmatic. Betson wants to understand the market, to understand the strategy of the environment that's happening in Brazil, and then to do our shot in our market. So it's basically what Betson do. Betson did this in Peru, in Argentina, in Chile, and right now in Brazil. We are moving fast, but not too fast to do some crazy stuff. We are taking a look.
So are you ready to switch the plug once it's regulated?
This is a good question. In my perspective, Brazil will change 108% after regulation, because a lot of local operators, a lot of abroad operators, they are not used to work with some good stuff in law, with QIC, anti-money laundering. These stuffs are pretty new for these operators. So as Betson, as Bet Warrior, the big brands, they are used to work like this in Europe, in US, in Asia. So I think it's going to be a turning point after the regulation in Brazil. This is what I think.
Okay, certainly, certainly. How about Bet Warrior's experience in Argentina?
So it's been just regulated. So I think it all comes up as a new regulated market to the whole customer experience. So I think it's very important for the customers from the brand perspective and the product perspective to have like a smooth user journey, because they are new to these kind of platforms, to the online gaming. So I think that's very important. And to have like coherence between what you see on the product. People probably you're gonna put in there a promotion and maybe they don't actually know exactly how to use it. So I think there's a lot of education to be done on the users. And at the same time, as a new regulated market, of course, you have the licensed brands, but then you have there was a boost like on the illegal sites, right? And users don't know exactly the difference between an illegal site today or a legal site.
Is that the operator's task?
I think it's a task that must be shared. So it all comes up or it starts by the regulator, I think, because there's a lot of cleaning to be done in the industry. And I think that must come from the regulator. And then the industry as a whole, like all brands together, educate. It's not just one brand or one regulator, because there are new regulations coming up. And I think it's like a whole job like from brands within regulations all together.
Okay, interesting. So that's the perspective, and we're just starting from the operator side. What about from the platform providers, from the technology providers?
Well,
what's your perspective, David?
That's true that in Gaming Innovation Group, we are like a B2B provider with the platform and the sportsbook. We work very closely to our client or customer, our partner, it's more the world here. And that's true that in LATAM it's especially true, because in fact, you don't need to have a client or a customer in LATAM, you need to have a partner. And I think about, you know, in Argentina, you have so much province now. We talk about Ciudad of Buenos Aires, province of Buenos Aires, Entre Rios, Cordoba, Mendoza, Jujuy. Well, and after all these clients want to expand to Peru, to Ecuador, to Panama, I hope in a couple of months, not to say years, in Brazil. But that's true that here we are, you need to be in real partnership. In Europe, is totally, you know, it's a one shot. You want to enter in Italy, it's one shot. Here, it's totally a multi-jurisdictional partnership, a multi-jurisdictional contract, and so we are up really in this idea.
And from a technological perspective, where is the jurisdiction which is more challenging to get prepared for, those that are going to be regulated?
Well, that's true that if we need to take a comparative with some restrictive regulation like France, Portugal, or the US regulation, is not the same world. But in LATAM, definitely with the upcoming regulations, we go at the beginning very smooth, and more we move forward, more it is regulated. So we need to have like a vault, like a safe, like a SCE, something like that. And that's true that more we are moving forward, the more we need to be ready in order to answer to the great expectation of the regulation. But the regulation is also discovering this world. So they move forward step by step, and we are totally here with our European and US experience in order to be here to assist to our clients. experience.
And I understand that gig also had in the past or currently a B2C operation as well?
Yes, we have, so with Technalis and Sport & Co, we have so two brands, one in Spain and one in France. One in France, Paris in France, in Spain in Suecia. But that's true that now we prefer to dedicate 100% to B2B because one point is our core business and we prefer to help with our managing services to help the new clients that we have in LATAM in order to develop. But it's a good point, but that's true that with our former B2C experience, we can help the client to understand, well, for example, the client can tell you, can you give me some advice in order to create a welcome bonus, a welcome offer? So, okay, take care, we are going to do that for you.
Okay, thank you. So, general question, is this hype and this excitement really going to have and meet everybody's expectations, or could we have an effect like in other regulations? Everybody's seeking regulation, everybody wants to have complete certainty, but is this actually one of those things that maybe is be careful what you wish for, or it's just something that is going to happen no matter what, which is, that's the answer. But is it going to be meeting, you think, the operators' expectations?
Yeah, I think that's Latin America. It's the new trending topics in the gambling world right now. Everybody talk about Latin America, but a few operators, a few brands understand that Latin America it's more than a continent. An example, I came from Brazil, so when we do business in Brazil, you have at least 8-9 countries inside Brazil. Okay, and when you arrive in Latin America, there are plenty of brands thinking that Brazil is part of Latin America. It's not. We speak Portuguese. We don't speak Spanish. We don't have the same culture of Argentina, Bolivia, and they want to lead an operation from one country like Colombia, like Chile, of entire continent. This is wrong. Okay, in Brazil, you can choose just 2 or 3 regions, one state, and go hard. This is the best solution to start your operation in Brazil. So when you have like operation centrally, like in Europe, and I have a perfect example, not in Betson, but in another brand that I used to work, you have the center of design. So they were sending the same email to Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay with the same images. So I'm not like a Chilean guy. I'm not like Argentina. Argentina is not like the Chilean. So they have the peculiarities. So it's very hard to explain that for a European operator. Yeah. Okay. And if they don't understand that, they won't succeed in Latin America, for sure, I guarantee.
Okay, so taking that idea that I think it was very well explained, let's go into a little bit of detail. How does this translate into brand and communication content?
So I want also to add on, as he explained very in a good way. Argentina is very different, for example, than Chile, than Peru. Even though we all speak Spanish, there are lots of different words. So it's not just about the language, that is a big topic, right? Because I think maybe if someone doesn't know a lot LATAM, they see it as it's all the same. And they are very different. They have very different cultures. It's not the same, the main sports that are more liked in Mexico than in Argentina, for example, or in Brazil. Like, there are several differences also in terms of cultures, in terms of like events, football, basket, MLS. So I think at the end, this is a very big challenge for brands, and also for brands that work like with a centralized content department in one country that needs to spread all the communications to the whole region.
It's the same email.
Yeah, and it's not also about the language. Like, are you targeting like with the same like sports, or are you also like personalizing the communications? So I think that it's a very big challenge.
So before you plan your strategy, or when you're planning your strategy within the brand and communication sector of the company, who are your main allies in these jurisdictions? For Argentina, which is very recent for you, who are your main allies in your team? Do you have any advisors that are locally based to give you this feedback? Do you do that study on site, or how does the Bet Warrior organize this?
So I think it always comes up to know the place in which you're operating. So if you don't know it, just plan a trip, go there, see how it is, see the culture. It always, of course, if a brand has the opportunity, it's always good to have at least 3 people locally there that could like still give you all the things that are going on in there. Because even though if you read the news and everything, it's not the same to have someone there like locally telling you, hey, look at this, look at what happened. So I think that is one of the main and most important things. And then of course, yeah, trying to keep up with everything that's going in the whole region, because it's every country and every legislation and every regulation, it's very different one from another, even though it's all LATAM.
So obviously there's no archetype. That was made very clear. That was very clear. Does the technology from Gig have to adapt to this, or are you agnostic at this point?
No, definitely, because I am totally agree with you, because I think that before to entering in a market, you need to understand the country. But it's not only the country, it's the players. So you need to understand the players, because in Mexico, you will have, if we take only the example of the sportsbook, you will have some player playing on Guadalajara Chivas against Tigres, and in Argentina, it's with Boca Junior River Plate. It's totally different. The sportsbook can be the same here between Mexico in Argentina. So maybe in an European point of view, okay, it's in LATAM, it's Spanish country. No, that's all. You need to understand the players they're talking about. And in terms of technology also, that's true that we can have very different clients in terms of policy, in terms of, for example, in Peru, they are very addicted on virtual games. Don't ask me why, but in Peru it's very impressive. We can have in Europe here some operator, we can do 50-50 between sportsbook and casino. You can have some more casino operator, we can do 80%, 20% for the sportsbook. And now I can tell you that, for example, in Peru, I have a client, we can do 80% only for the sports book. So it's very amazing. So yeah, everything you need to have the technology in front of that, able to answer to the country expectation, your operator expectation, but at the end, the player expectation. Because the GGR is not coming from the operator, but it's coming from the player.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Betson has gone into various jurisdictions, and I understand it's been quite successful. So what would be the key learning that you could provide from these experiences?
I think that the most important quality in Betson, it's and the same time it's difficult for me in Brazil, it's to be pragmatic. Okay, as a Swedish company, they study a lot before to enter in a jurisdiction, in a country. So when they enter in a country, they learn a lot. They try to understand the people, the laws, the customs. So it was like that in Peru. Today we have almost 80% of share in Peru, and we started in Peru in 2008, I think. It's almost 15 years ago. So it was like a process. In Brazil, we are starting. We are understanding the landscape, not just the player. The player, for me right now, of course, it's important because it's our customer. But in Brazil, it's more important to understand all the system, because the system will change a lot in a couple of months. So this is very important. Just to add in the other subject, I was showing another boss that I had in Europe when I work in Europe. I showed him like 2 pictures, one of a Bolivian Indian and a Brazilian Indian, and I asked, which is the difference? For me, both are Indians. And I explained, look, if you compare these 2 people, they are completely different in habits, where they live. You must communicate in totally different way for both. And you are thinking that the both are the same people for the same country. So this is something that a lot of brands in Brazil arrived in Brazil, stayed for a couple of months, and come back to Europe, because they don't know how to treat the Brazilians, the Latin Americans, like each other. This is very difficult to explain to them.
And what about age demographics? Is this something that you also take into account? General question.
No, yes, no, for sure, for sure. In Brazil, right now, we have a lot of young people betting. Okay, a lot of young people. This is something that I don't like because the responsible gambling in Brazil, it's zero. There are a lot of brands sponsoring under 18, under 14 competitions. So this is something that's very concerned, mostly in Betson. We don't do that.
Right, because you have the European culture when it's all about responsible gambling, more than even making the operations work is responsible gambling. It's first is LATAM, the big topic, and then the second big topic is responsible gambling. Certainly. No, no, and so I think that this is a very interesting thing. How do we anticipate what is happening in Europe on, the not to do's to what could happen in Latin America? And I think that those that are entering these regulated markets, to be regulated market, have an incredible responsibility for setting the landscape of what's going to happen from here to 5 years. Because right now, there's a very positive wave on over gambling in Latin America. Everybody sees all the sponsorships on T-shirts, all the TV ads, everything. I'm sure that you're already preparing all the advertisement for when the switch goes on. But of course, if we don't have the typical analysis that I love, lessons learned, we might fall into another era like what is happening in Europe of over-regulation, too much responsible gambling, too much restriction to advertisement. So I think that obviously this is something that the big players need to take into account. You need to associate, have one voice before the regulator. That's something that European countries have not envisaged at the beginning. Now they learned it the hard way. You need to have one voice to be able to collaborate with the regulators and make sure that you are profitable now and on the long run, because if not, the expectations certainly will not be met. Okay, so that was, I think that's something that we should take into account. And what is your perspective on responsible gambling? Is this something that worries gig, or is something neutral again from a B2B perspective?
Yeah, we are very responsible of that because, as you can imagine, well, first of time, I think that gambling is entertainment. It's very important to understand for the.
You don't have to tell me. I'm an entertainment gambling lawyer.
So, because for sure, when you take a bet on a football match, it's definitely not the same feeling when you see the match that if you don't have a pending bet here. So we don't talk about the fact to win money at the end. I understand that for the player, it's the most important things, but we talk about also the experience of the bet. What I think that in terms of responsible gaming, we prefer that the guy take a lot of fun with the money. If he can win money, congrats, enhorabuena. But as you can imagine, at the end, we must be responsible. I think in Europe, I totally agree with you, we are probably with advertising, we have been a little bit exaggerated on some things.
A little bit.
Okay. Depend of the country.
Yes.
but that's true that I think we need to remain this entertainment part on the LATAM country, and not to take the bad part that we have faced in Europe, like with the red equator in Spain, or in Italy, or in Germany. It's the kind of thing. We don't need to reach this level in order to take care of the responsibility gaming. So yeah, in gig we are very, we take a lot of careful about that. We take care about that because for us it's very, very important.
Great. And in Betware, do you have this approach of responsible gaming? What are your strategies? Is this something, because if it's not in the regulation, what tends to happen is that we focus on content, which is practically what we've been speaking here, and the business. But what about all these other matters? Is this something that is part of your strategy?
Yes, definitely. And as you explained very well too, these like responsible gaming policies and mentality in a company, because there needs to be this mentality in all the departments. It's not just the communications or the marketing side, like, hey, wait, the customer support side, the legal side, like the compliance, like every single aspect needs to have like a responsible gaming mentality. And it's, in general, if all brands manage this well, it's good for the industry to, in the long run, like to have a good gaming environment. So I think at the end, everything contributes to that.
Very good, exactly, exactly. And well, we have a couple of minutes left, and I'm going to ask the typical question. If you could provide some advice to those, I don't know how many are seeing us today, what would it be? Free advice.
I think it's a mantra from Brazilian guys in all of these kind of events. Be local, because and separate. It's not a personal opinion. Brazil, it's not Latin America. Okay, it's not in a bad way. It's in a good way because we speak Portuguese. We have a different culture. We have a different approach in communications. We are more likable the U.S. than Europe. So it's something that it's our market. We consume more the Disneyland, the Hollywood, than the old continent. So try to be more Brazilian than just a couple of people under the south. Because a lot of brands thinking that Brazil it's like savage, like a forest. It's not. It's not. It's not. I'm very angry to say that, but it's true. It's true. So you must set up a team in Brazil. You must talk Brazilian, not Portuguese. A lot of brands translated the English for Portuguese from Portugal. It's a different language. Okay. A different language.
Okay, so localize.
Localize always.
Okay.
That's my advice.
Thank you, David.
Well, the same between Spanish and Argentinian, you know. So definitely you need to localize. It's if I need to send an advice to an operator, you don't need to enter in a regulation because we have detected that in 25 it will represent I don't know many GGR. So you need to understand that. You need to understand the country. In Argentina, for example, what is the second sport in Argentina? So I have after football, they talk me about carretera de mototurismo, something like very NASCAR, very localized things. I wasn't aware of that.
I know about that.
Yeah, and but it seems that no. But
really?
And so for example, for the Argentinian brands that we have, we have created this kind of market for them, but also about Big Brother specific in Argentina. Don't ask me which is the competition with Big Brother. I don't have any idea, but it's very localized.
Okay, Josefina.
And my free piece of advice would be to build strong teams that know what they are doing. And by that, like knowing the culture, trying to have like local teams. And another thing, it's be close to legal department.
There you go. Then we agree on the piece of advice. We absolutely agree. We need to keep in mind not only regulatory aspects, but what is going to affect in tax, data protection. All of these countries are also getting their act together, regulating further data protection and being more close to GDPR than what they have at the moment. So as I said, tax, regulation, data protection, AML, I think all those need to be put in a big cocktail shaker and make sure that then everything is profitable and, of course, responsible for all the operation. So I think this is it for today.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you for the free advice. What a fantastic way to end the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are we done?
Yes, you're finished. Thank you. So with that, our panel discussion brings our LATAM focus to a close. And having heard from the local operators, regulators and legal minds, we hope that has brought everything together with a view of how to successfully launch in the region. A huge thanks to Gaming Innovation Group for sponsoring that session. For us in the studio, it's been fascinating to hear from all these new voices across the region, as well as welcoming back some of last year's stars, including birthday boy Luis Felipe Maya and also our world champion Augustin Sykes. Remember, we're keen to find out what you thought of today's broadcast, so please get in touch on Twitter at ICE365 Global and on LinkedIn, tagging your post using the hashtag ICE365Live. It'll be great to gather feedback on our show. Tomorrow, we'll be back for our final day of ICE London 2023 with even more special guests. The day is going to start off looking at Europe with more developments from Germany as a long-running progress of re-regulation comes to an end. We're also bringing you an established industry name in Pontus Lindvall, as well as a new power player in Robert Chivatel of Allwyn, and a true innovator in Ishmael Vale of YieldSec. I've been Katie Golfitch. This has been ICE365 Live. And if you're headed to Fire and Ice this evening, don't stay out too late. We'll see you in the morning. That's all from us here at ICE365 Live.